Hello, I am Gregory the Poor Typist, and welcome to another edition of Typewriter Club Live. Today, happy May, by the way. It's May already, my goodness. But today, our typing prompt is another one of our first lines, and this one is, "My typewriter is my worst critic." So hopefully we get some good responses going. I do see we have some people in the waiting room, so let's go ahead and let them in. And I will say, as always, TypePals is and always will be free, so I hope you'll join us at typepals.com, and be sure and check out the podcast, a new episode every Thursday. So yeah, that's exciting. And then of course there's typecoop.com, so check that out as well. Yeah, excellent. Luke, we haven't seen you in a while. How are you?
Surviving, I would say.
Oh, well, I'm so glad to see you. What's new with you?
Sorry, say that again.
What's new with you?
I was in touched with a local antique merchant. So they have a German Triumph typewriter, the old standard one, which needs repairing. So I did that a while ago, and now I am repairing a couple of those facet mechanical calculators.
Oh,
For that, not really repairing them, just fixing some bugs.
okay.
And that somehow I would say broaden my skills all in a sudden, like from this level up to another level. Yeah, I had a few attempts on mechanical calculators before, quite some years ago, but unfortunately, the first two attempts was quite miserable.
Oh,
so they ended up just a pile of trash.
Oh,
One of them was the Japanese tiger one, and that was a relatively small one with a handle crank. And the other failure was a national cash register, which was a real thing, big one, and everything jammed up when I bought it. And,
oh wow.
And of course, I couldn't figure out how to fix it, and I just pulled it apart and didn't get much. Then I had to abandon the project eventually. Yeah. But I actually got some pictures for those recent repairs. If or later on, maybe when more people comes up, I can show you guys.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. That'd be very interesting. Yeah. Now I assume that even in taking something apart and you're not able to fix it, I assume just the mere process of taking it apart is kind of an educational benefit for you, right? Like you're learning about the machine.
Yes, definitely. But you will somehow take a lot of cross reference between typewriters or my professional bicycle parts and those mechanical calculators. You can see a lot of similarities, and when you realize it, and you can just fix it in no time. Yeah. Sometimes that works like that magically. Yeah, but the first couple of tries is always very painful. Like you don't really know where you are and where to begin and what kind of issue you are dealing with. Yeah, like that.
Yeah. Excellent. All right, very cool. And is there anything else new with you?
Not much. I got very busy at work. And I finished up every single day my day job, and I just couldn't keep up with my typing or anything that I just got exhausted during the day.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for the repairs, is somehow, of course, that I got paid a little bit, and they're always something quite challenging, and in the meanwhile, I have some time pressure to finish it. Yeah. So yeah. Other than that, I couldn't get much with my typewriters. I still have my Smith Corollas needs repairing for months.
Oh, okay.
And some other machines as well.
Yeah. Well, I definitely know. Well, with me, it's not exactly the pressures of work, but the pressures of life events have basically kept me from typing as much as I would like. But fortunately, some of that is behind me now. So yeah. So, but it's so good to see you, and we'll look forward to those pictures that you show later. Definitely.
Yeah. Cool.
Excellent. And thanks again for being here. Carlos, how are you?
How's it going?
Good.
Making my morning coffee.
Nice.
Also kind of like a vintage machine, I guess. This was from the 90s, I think.
Let me zoom in on you here. Oh, okay.
I don't know if it's blurry on your end.
It looks very scientific.
Yeah.
In kind of a retro way.
Yeah, it's old manual espresso machine.
Now, where did you find that?
I think on Craigslist or something.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it was several years back. I just bought it and then refurbished it. Kind of like typewriters. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still running great. It's only has one electric.
What time period did you say it was from?
I think it's from the early 90s.
Oh, okay. And does the coffee taste like it's from the 90s?
No, it tastes great. Yeah, these machines go on forever because there's not really much, going on with them. Everything is mechanically driven. There's only one electrical thing. That's just the thing that heats up the water.
Okay. What brand is it? Because now you have me wanting one.
Bologna.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, but typewriter-wise, I did buy, and it's on the way, a Olympia daisy wheel.
Oh, cool.
It'll be my first venture into daisy wheels, and should be interesting.
I'll be curious. Once I'll be curious to find out like how difficult it is to get the ribbons for it and the daisy wheels. Because Smith Corona, those are easy, but
Ribbons Unlimited has the ribbons.
Cool.
Yeah, and then daisy wheels. I found some on eBay already, so
excellent.
I'm trying to see what shape it is in first, and then before I order anything else other than the cartridge. But yeah,
definitely yes. Yeah, you don't want to pour money into it and then it doesn't work.
Yeah.
So Carlos, those Olympia daisy wheels, do they use a carbon ribbon?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, probably very similar to the Smith Corona. Yeah.
So on Ribbons Unlimited was the only one place that I found it that they had it. So But it's probably pretty similar to the electrics. So
Yeah.
yeah, worst case, I can just take a cartridge and unspool and or something. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
But
You'll make
for
it
now-
work, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Excellent. And anything else new with you?
Typewriter wise, though, trying to type, but been busy. So just
Okay. Excellent.
working on buying. Oh, I guess the last thing is fingers crossed. I'll also have a 21 hole puncher.
Oh, wow.
That'd be kind of cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Are you going to buy some coils?
Yeah. I think that would be a better way to store all my typewriting stuff.
Very
so
cool.
we'll see.
Very cool. Do you know, because I know with the coil binders, they have different pitches, and I guess the most common is 4:1. Do you know what?
Don't know.
Okay. Well, I do know that 4:1 is the most common pitch. So that I'm assuming that's going to be the one you'll be wanting.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think that's pretty standard. Yeah.
What does the pitch refer to?
So the pitch refers to the distance between the holes.
The number of holes per inch? No. It's
Well, it has to do with, how tightly the coil is spun. Wound, yes, wound. Because you could, if it's very tightly wound, you're going to have the holes much closer. If it's widely wound, then the holes will be much further apart. So, but again, I'm pretty sure 4:1 is the most common. So, yeah.
Are there different diameters of coil, Greg? Do you know if there's like smaller diameter for smaller documents and bigger coils diameter for larger documents?
Yes, definitely. Well, like with Ted Monk's typewriter repair Bibles, those are huge coils.
They are.
Yeah. So I have no idea like if those would be the same pitch, or I don't know how that works. I've actually been wanting one of those coil binding systems. They seem really cool and kind of fun to play with. So, but yeah, we'll be excited to see you play with that, Carlos. Definitely.
Yeah, hopefully in the next couple of weeks I'll have that. And we'll see.
Excellent. Yeah,
I'm also very interested. So looking for information on that would be great, because I basically know the Surlock system, but not the coil. I know about the coil, but I've never used it myself. But I've used the Surlock many times myself to bind things. So,
yeah. It's time for coffee. Excellent. All right, and Andrew, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing well. I just ran up with all this talk about coffee. I just ran up and got myself a refill because I realized I didn't bring it with me.
Oh, that's funny.
But I'll have to show you my latest find, and I'll have to share this with Susan when she comes on, is an SM7 with the senatorial font. So I thought that was quite a find, and it's, I think it's spent its entire life in the case. The case is kind of beat up, but the machine itself is just spotless. So anyway, that's kind of my excitement right now. I've been going crazy with it. And
excellent.
Yeah, that was
Luke is showing a letter.
Oh yeah. I think that was written with my SM3, but glad you got it.
I actually got it quite a while ago, more than a few weeks, but sorry, I couldn't get I just couldn't got time to sit down, concentrate myself, reply you a
Please
good letter.
don't apologize. It's because I'll tell you what, letters going outside the United States, like to Taiwan, are taking a long time right now. So you could have said you had just got it yesterday and I would have believed you. So
I reckon it took pretty much 1 full month to arrive.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
I mean,
And
before COVID, I think
Yeah.
letters to Taiwan took what, 4 or 5 days, right? So
I see you attach as many as a variety of different stamps. Is that on purpose?
yeah, to try and liven it up because I figure it's harder to ignore if it looks interesting, right?
Yes. Just so you know that I do notice that at the first sight. Thank you very much.
Good to see you again too, Lucas. I know you've been busy, so
Thank you very
Luke,
much.
Sorry, and yeah, good to see you.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, Luke, everybody here has shared so many great things with me. I've taken from this group, I would say my knowledge went from 0 to crazy within, I don't know, like 6 weeks. But it's a good crazy, and I'm very grateful to everybody here, and certainly to you, Gregory, for setting up these calls and the Saturday night call, which is pretty fun.
Oh, you're welcome.
All of you out there who have written to me, and you know who you are: Susan, Robert, Daniel, Luke. We're still kind of waiting on you, Carlos, who just lives down the road from me anyway. But it's fun to get a letter. So.
And you were showing that SM7, and I have to say that's one of the typewriters that is still like near the top of my wish list. So I love the look of those.
So nice. I can't even tell you how nice it is. The platen is a little hard. I may have to break down and send it out to JJ Short because it's really clacky. It makes a lot of noise. You have to shut all the doors around you, or else you're going to wake up the neighbors. But it's just, I don't know how I describe like these Olympias, and this one in particular, it's just like it anticipates your next move. It's so in tune. So I highly encourage you, if you're interested, Gregory, to take the plunge when you find one.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
senatorial.
I will.
It's funny because these people put ads, but they don't put what the typeface is.
Yes.
And Susan knows I was admiring the senatorial because she sent me a letter in that. So I just started asking these people, can you show me an example of the typeface? And as soon as he did, I just, it was on eBay, and I just did buy it now, and the rest is history.
Yeah. Excellent. So do you think you will replace the platen on that?
Probably. It works okay, but then last night William said that there's a phenomenon that if you type too much with a hard platen, you can actually fracture the type, the little what's the word, slugs. Yes, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So, and the hardest thing right now is if I send it to JJ Short, I don't get to use it for 3-4 weeks. So that's
exactly.
I probably will though.
So
it's a keeper.
I don't want to cut in, Andrew, but I struggle with the same problem. I have a number of typewriters with platen that are hard, but still in good condition. So they are even and everything, but they're hard. And I've been researching it, and so I just got this product. It's called Rubber Renew, which I'm going to try, which smells a lot. So you have to do that outside, but it's supposed to soften the rubber. And I've read some people that do a couple of applications of this, and it's like you just put a little bit. You don't soak it. You just put a little bit, then you let it work. And I'm gonna try this and see if it does soften and make a difference, because it might bring some new life into a platen that looks great, but it's just a little bit too hard. I do have some typewriters which look like a corn cob, so that's no.
That's beyond
going to
Rubber Renew,
JJ Short. So that will go to JJ Short, but I'm gonna try this. And I spotted a YouTube video of somebody making a pretty good scientifically organized sampling and testing of different products, and this came up like at the top with another concoction which is homemade of the same ingredients, but you need to be a bit of a chemist. So I just bought the product.
Yeah.
It's not cheap. So that cost me like how much was it again? Less than $20, but so for a small bottle. But you're supposed to be able to do quite a number of.
Well, yeah, I would be interested to hear, how it works out for you. I was thinking, I might use it on like the feed rollers because they're kind of harder to get out on these Olympias. And even if I sent the platen in, I'm hesitant. If anybody has, by the way, a good way to take out Olympia feed rollers, send me a private message or whatever, because it looks a little bit daunting to me. But,
yeah, I think I have to bend. So I have one that's apart right now that I'm looking at, and you have to bend the tabs at one end to take the pivot, like the shaft out, and then you kind of have to slide them.
Makes me nervous.
Originally, I was thinking of sending both the platen and the rollers to JJ Short, and William Lester said on a past Typewriter Club Live that I just start with the platen if the rollers are in good conditions. So my rollers are on that machine, on that Olympia, they're in good condition. They're not flat. Don't have any flats. So and they're still soft. So the rollers are softer than the platen. So I'm gonna try to use this rubber renew on the platen and see how it goes.
I think that's probably good advice. What I also have with one of my machines, I had the platen redone, but I never had the feed rollers. And when I get down to the bottom of the page, the paper wants to slide around, and then my line goes all crooked.
Yeah.
And someone said, "Oh, you should have done those feed rollers." So it's like, well, live and learn to take that apart, but it's all good. I enjoy it. There he is.
There he is, William.
We were just talking about you.
Yeah, I know. I heard you.
Well,
So,
I was saying about your past advice on platen and rollers, and so on and so forth. So William, I got this product. I just got this product. I haven't tried it. Yes, it's rubber renew from Edgy Chemicals, made in BC, and so it's bigger. Rubber renew, and I'm going to try it on a couple of platens that are good, that are even and good condition, but a bit hard, and I'll report on that.
Now, if I remember correctly, the online instructions for that said to apply it with a very tight wave lint-free cotton pad or cotton material.
Yeah. Well, I have some lint-free, some of those
Microfiber.
No, well, actually, I just have the box here. Cleantech.
I bought an old T-shirt.
Lint-free for lenses, for camera lenses, and so on and so forth. And I'm going to try that. Just to try applying it. But I don't have any lint-free cotton, so I don't know where.
My other thought was, if a person takes, they're quite often called an acid brush from the home hardware, whatever, a little chemical brush.
Too rough. I think too coarse. The acid brushes are too coarse.
Brush it on with that, let it soak a while, then smooth it off with the cloth.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like my platen has a little, it looks like the person who had this before me was a big fan of those correction tapes.
Oh.
And and I've got like some little white letters that have gone on to the platen because somehow they decided they wanted to correct the platen. Go figure, right? But so it's not perfect. It's sometimes hard to figure out what people were thinking,
Yeah.
Well, it's an accident. I think maybe they typed too hard.
Well, of course it was. Of course it was. But it sounds more funny to act like they're crazy. So.
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, it's a bit of a curse to clean.
Either that, or what I have seen happen is when someone has one of those half and half black and correction ribbons in, a child gets playing with it. There's no paper in there, so they switch it to the correction side and start typing correction onto the platen.
Yeah.
I'm kind of ashamed that, people who get my letters know that I don't spend a lot of time on correction tape. They have to read all my errors as they stand.
Do you X them out or?
Yeah, I typically X them out or if it's legible, I just overtype, which is probably really bad, but nobody's complained yet. So I just continue with my bad habits.
What I quite often do is if I have misspelled a letter or made a typo, I'll just put a question mark after it, put a space and type the word again.
Yeah, and then they get it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one I don't know if you call it a theory, but back in the days when typewriters were the mainstay of the office, people expected perfection from the professional secretaries.
Yes.
Now that computer programs take care of all the grammar correction, auto spell check, and that sort of stuff, typewriters have become more in the domain of the hobbyists and collectors and artisan. So some level of forgiveness is expected from both ourselves and other typists.
Well, I surely rely on that sentiment with my letters. So hold that thought.
Yeah.
Well, Andrew, don't be too hard on yourself, because I think that William has put the finger on it. In a professional law office or anything like that, like mistakes would be frowned upon, and as myself as a manager, I would correct my employees' letters before I signed them. I wouldn't sign anything that would have typos or misspelled or grammatical errors.
Right.
And so that's the kind of the standard, right? Because it's the image of who you represent in the business. But as a person, like personally, I remember very much correspondence that was never perfect. So I think we need to embrace the imperfection. We need to
yes.
I'm talking for myself as well, because I still make mistakes typing, and it can be frustrating, but because I got all these years of drill in my head to send things that are perfect. But it's.
Well, what I like too about letters from you too is obviously you use the correct diacritics for French words.
Yes,
even the city of Montreal, right? Which
yes,
I know pronounce it wrong, but so that I appreciate that. As you probably know, my knowledge of French is really bad, but I still appreciate it looking right.
Well, thank you. I'll just make use of those. And talking about rollers, I just spent some time finding from car some shops that sell automotive supplies and parts, and I went to get some of those a variety of different tubes, rubber tubes that are flexible, and I'm going to try as rollers to replace rollers on a couple of my older typewriter. Sorry, William, what did you say?
Fuel line.
Well, it is fuel line, and one of the mistakes I made was I also got some vacuum lines, and that's the wrong type. So these are fuel lines, or they also could be used for a windshield washer or something like that. But and I cut a few different diameters of those in a smaller to try up to 1/4 inch internal diameter. But I also got fuel lines for radio-controlled airplanes, and that kind of tubing is very, very flexible. And when there's a little spacers inside, like under the space bar, sometimes you have little stops to absorb the shock, and you have like a little tab, and you cut just a little piece of that, and you slide it on. It's perfect, because all these little rubber stoppers are so old, they are hard, and when you replace that with those fuel lines, it deadens the sound. It really, really makes it super nice. So I also got two lengths, two different diameters of those.
I love the color.
Yeah.
That's not rubber. That's a different material, silicone, something like that. Yeah.
Where are we? Like that.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Tygon fuel line for. It's
Silicone.
interesting. No, it's not exactly silicon. I'm not sure what the material actually is. I have one customer who is into radio, who is into radio control airplane, and he replaced the fuel lines on his string trimmer with RC fuel line, which is designed for
Nitro fuel.
A metal hydrate, nitrous
oxide.
No, not nitrous oxide. Nitromethane.
Yes.
And
well, it's nitrous
castor
oxide.
oil.
Yeah, it's nitrous oxide. That's in a mix with methanol.
Yeah.
And castor oil for lubrication.
Yes. Nitrous oxide is actually a gas, but this is nitromethane. Depending on the heat of the fuel, it can be from 5 to 35% nitromethane. Anyhow, so where I was going was he used some RC fuel line to repair his string trimmer, and of course the fuel line just swelled up and disintegrated in gasoline. It's not the same material as is used for gasoline.
Yeah.
Sorry, I kind of hijacked the conversation there, didn't I?
Oh, no, it's fine.
You didn't hijack the conversation. That's fine.
Okay.
Because this is, looking for alternatives for these feed rollers is, I think, something we're all interested in.
Definitely. Yeah. And Andrew, was there anything else new with you?
No, nothing else. Just thanks to all the people that have written to me, and thanks for all the advice. I really appreciate it.
Excellent. All right. Robert, I got a letter from you.
Well, that was the purpose that you really get this letter. Happy that it reached to you. Hello.
Yes. How are you?
Oh yeah, quite fine. We have spring here, and so yeah, just fine. How should I start? Well, I'll start with last week I was talking about the Hermes 3000, the boxy version, which I got from eBay, and now it has reached my home. And I was just wait, I have to turn the camera around. No, that's the wrong button. Sorry.
The French model.
Yeah, it's a newest model. I think updated. I don't know. It's really the last version of it.
Yep, the plastic boxy one.
It's plastic boxy one. Yeah, that's it. And I was really curious how it performs in comparison with the curvy version, which I'm lucky owner too, and I'm quite impressed. It types really the same. Of course, it's in the inside looks similar, but though you see here, for example, here's plastic, which is in the older versions is metal. So they really started to save a bit on money. But it's really a good typer. It types really, compared to the other one, identically, I would like to say. There's nothing to say, or just maybe you can hear the sound.
Yeah.
It's a typical hammer sound, and there's a bit smaller typeface. I think it's 12 characters per inch, I think it is, but I haven't figured it out exactly. And
how much is it in millimeters? Just tell us. The pitch in millimeters.
1 inch is 2.54 centimeters, 25.5 millimeters. Is it? No, yeah, but I have to check it out. Sorry, I'm not very well in inch, and I think in German we have also this we say CPI or pitch. I have to convert it. I have it now, not in my head now, right now. But it's a smaller pitch. You see it also on the ruler. It runs here up to 100. Normally we have up to 80 on the. And even the thing work here. Wait, let's figure it out here. Can you set the margin with the? Oh, get it now. You see here this red rubber. It runs. And there, so I can set my margin.
Yeah.
An indicator here.
Yeah, those are fun.
That's really great engineering, I think. And on my 3000, it was out of function, but you see it's a little bit, you can see how it's running. It's a little ribbon.
Yeah.
And which runs through the entire, here on the other side, you see, and this is the indicator for my margins. Really fantastic. I think some great engineers had a lot of fun to work out this thing.
Yeah.
And well, I was thinking to be inspired by the machine from Joe Van Cleef. He made the Naked Writer, but now I really start to love this boxy, futuristic thing. It looks like an old PC, like an what it was, an IBM IT or something. I think I will keep it in this shape. Maybe a bit cleaning. It has already. You see here, it's quite okay. Here you see it's yellow, and here it's a bit whiter. I think it has quite a nice history behind it, but a great typer. I like it.
Excellent.
And okay, well, and it was really a very, very, very good price. I got it, and really, I was afraid maybe it's crashed or something. No, it went out of the box. Even the ribbon was okay. Well, a nice luck. So now I turn my camera back to me and I find the right button. I think it's this one, is it? Yeah, here I'm again. Okay. And what I also have found, but it's some. I went to a guy who sold me a typer, and he told me how to say, his granddad had a really typewriter repairing shop, but had nothing more left. But one thing he had left, and I'm really amazed about it. It was also really a fair price. Is this one? It's a box, and here you can see. I think it was kind of a present, maybe from a manufacturer for type slugs, because you have from 1 up to 31, and here from 1 up to 12. So maybe it's a kind of a calendar, and these are type slugs. Unused.
Oh.
Yeah. And I don't know who's the manufacturer, so I can't focus, sorry. Well, I have to do some research for it.
That's very interesting.
Yes, really, and of course it's simply beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it's something like that. For example, well, what's the date today? It's the 1st of May, so I should put away. No, I have to take number 5. So, but I don't know where to store it. And here I should. So now the date would be 1st of May. I don't know if it's this was the intention or not. I don't know. But well, it's really a nice little thing.
Wow.
But it's nothing. No marks, no manufacturer. I don't know from who it is. Well, we'll see.
It wouldn't work for February.
29 is there. 28. Wait, I have to put in all these away. So
Yeah,
wait.
see, that's
Yeah.
that's just for months with 31 days.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I really don't know. Otherwise, there should be here a place or something where to do it, but I don't know. But it's really beautiful. And
So the other half of that is the keys have to have the numbers on them. So you'd have to have keys. You can make those.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing is that there's no uppercase symbols on those slugs, only lowercase.
But yes, and these are only the numbers. I can't focus. There you can see also a number 300 and the manufacturer stamp. I have to take some research. Who is the manufacturer? I think in Germany we had 2 or 3 manufacturers for type slugs. And this sign I've already seen, but it's now 300 is there as a number, but I don't know. But
it's too small for us to see, Robert. But what is the manufacturer's letters? Just tell us.
I can't. Yeah, I try to focus. Maybe it works. Just give it a try. No, I can't focus. It is it looks close like the sign of it's an R, an A and an R. An A and an R. Wait.
It's Ransmeyer.
Yeah, Ransmeyer could be. Yes, that could be the manufacturer. And as he said, it's a his father, he had a shop for a repairing shop, a workshop for typewriters and calculators, but has retired, and there are only a few remains, he said, and one was this box here.
Very interesting. It even comes in its own case. That's awesome.
Yeah,
Yes,
what a find.
And it was really, well, I think €5 I paid. It's nothing.
No kidding.
Wow.
Was that at a flea market?
No, it was, I think it's similar to your Craigslist when people announce things to sell. I don't know. We have, we call it eBay Kleinanzeigen. It's also announcement for people who sell things. And there you can search for typewriters or what else. And he sold an Adler Tipper, and I like the Adler Tipper, so I bought it. It was just 3 kilometers from here. I could go with a bicycle, and so I got it there.
That's
And,
pretty close.
Yeah.
That's
And
amazing.
really, it's kind of a bycatch or something like this. Really. Okay. What else do I have to report? Last week we were talking a bit about Simple Green, and we can't get it here in Germany. But now I got a recommendation from a friend, and yesterday I'd been at an Italian supermarket, and they have really delicious food, Italian food, cheese, bread, and whatever, really great. And they have also Italian cleaning stuff, and so they recommend me this thing. The name is great, Scrassatore Universale, and it's also it's an degreaser. And they say really, see, super potente. I should use it very carefully, but I'm interested to try out if I can handle something with it. I will report next week.
Yeah.
So, what else? I think next week I have a Brother Deluxe reached my home here. Also nice machine. I think let's talk next week about it.
Okay.
I don't want to hijack the entire thing. One thing I want to show here, I've received a letter from a friend from here, from Germany. I don't know if you know him, Badulai. He makes some things, and he has a real nice typewriter with Fraktur.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Fraktur, yes.
I'm always looking, but you can't find these machines here, or they are really high priced, but it looks amazing, doesn't it?
Beautiful.
It is amazing.
Yeah. This was also nice, and he made it very nice with a seal. And, well, the address he wrote with a normal machine, I think it's better, so otherwise it wouldn't to me.
And the other one's a quartz machine, too.
Yeah. Yeah, we have all quartz machines, and I have 2 QWERTY writers. No, 3. Hermes, which was sold, Hermes Baby, which was sold in New York. It's written on the back side. You can see the seller. It's in New York. And then the Royal KMM I have with QWERTY, and a Remington Typewriter. And it's a nice brain twisting for me to write with these machines. So when I have to do something concentrated, I won't write with these machines. Well, always I change X for and Y. But sometimes I like it really to think, okay, whenever you have the Z, it's not there where I am as expected.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's right.
But it's funny. And sometimes, as I'm looking a bit for Royal 10. They mostly have QWERTY keyboards here.
Nice.
Yeah.
I think half of my machines are quartz.
Oh, wow.
Maybe a little less than half, but probably 20 of them are.
How did that happen?
Well, 5 years in Germany.
Oh,
Yeah,
course,
okay.
of course.
Well, actually, it's not the whole truth. I didn't start collecting until the end of 17. I think December 17 is when I got my first one. So that was only there for 2 years collecting typewriters.
There's one thing I could reprise about the Hermes 3000 here. This one seems to have a Swiss keyboard. So you can see, here, it has the Ö and A, but only in lowercase. And here are some typical in French or Swiss used letters. I think it's
correct.
it's a Swiss keyboard. Yeah.
You're right. It's a Swiss keyboard. Where was the machine made? On the label at the back, does it say where it was manufactured?
It was, to turn it around, I think it's written engineered in Swiss. So, but it's not, I think it was not.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it wasn't made in Switzerland. I don't. I think they produced in Hungary. I think later.
Or France.
Correct. Yeah, this model looks more to me like Hungarian. The French one is a little bit different.
Okay.
So the colors are a little bit different for the ones made in France, I think. I'm not sure.
This could be because it was maybe a very light exposed. I don't know if it's original color. It has changed to yellow a bit. See the inside. Yeah, you see the inside is much lighter than the outside.
Mm-hmm.
You get that with a lot of computers that were that color. They yellow like that.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, I think. But really, it's a fine machine. I like it, despite it's plastic. It's a good typer and a keeper, of course.
Oh yeah.
Backspace on your machine is on the right, whereas my Hermes 3000, my backspace is on the left.
I think the most
market
American
preference.
Okay.
The tab.
So,
you've got the later model too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my early Hermes 3000 has the backspace on the left, and it trips me up every time.
It depends on what market it was sold in. In the US, they're on one side, and in Europe, they're on the other side.
Okay.
Well,
So,
I think that
Robert,
yes.
if you don't like the yellow, like Greg was mentioning, there's a lot of vintage computer folks on the internet who do this process called retrobrighting.
Yep.
And basically you have to take the shell off of the typewriter, I think, and then you'd soak it in some sort of like solution.
It's a solution of hydrogen peroxide, OxyClean, and then you shine a very bright UV light on it.
Or some people
Like
just leave it
24
outdoors in the sunlight. And
from what I understand, it's the bromide that is mixed with the plastic as a fire retardant that turns the plastic that yellow color due to reaction with the oxygen in the air and possibly sunlight.
But I would say if you're worried about the plastic, like I would suspect that process will make the plastic more brittle over time. So
It will, yes.
Yeah.
There's an article in the Antique Typewriter Maintenance Group written by a guy who does restorations for museums, and he went into a big process about the chemical results of retrobrighting, and it does break down the plastic, and you will eventually destroy that machine by doing that. But it takes a long time. I mean, 50 years from now, those 8-bit computers are going to be falling apart. But if you care for long-term storage or actual like museum conservation, then retrobrighting is not a really great thing. But if you only care about it looking good for the next 10 years, then go ahead and retrowrite.
50 years is a blink of an eye for a typewriter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on, you know, I'm sure 50 years from now, we're going to be talking about all those stupid people that retrowrited their typewriters and computers. But, you know, right now, I'm sure it's not a huge deal. There were millions of those things made. So it depends on how you feel about conservation.
So Robert, you said the new model, the form factor of it was, or the shape of it, the case and the look of it was like you were getting warmer to it. Do you still prefer the old look, or do you like, or is this one taking over?
Well, to be honest, I love the old one more because everything is metal. It's so robust, and the curvy design is a bit more sympathetic. There, I like it more, of course. But I thought really, as I bought it, I've seen it on the announcement, and I really thought, okay, it's ugly. It's ugly, and it's not to compare with the curvy one. And so I was thinking about last week. I told it I will make the Naked Writer 2.0, which from Joe Van Cleef. He has had one, and I don't know if you know the video. There he has put it on a wooden plate and stripped all the covers, and so it's really quite interesting. It looks a bit robotic then, and I thought, okay, I like this, and I will do this too. But then it came on. I opened the case, and it looked at me, and I said, no, it hasn't started. It's like ET or like Wall-E. In this, you have to find it sympathetic. You have to like it. Yeah?
Well, I think it fits in Jason's background there. It
Yeah.
belongs on the bridge of a Star
see,
Trek show.
Angela's bridge is like the curvy seafoam green Hermes, and this is like the one that that Robert has.
That's where it belongs.
And am I the only one that prefers the modern looking Hermes? Yes. Okay.
I like it.
I like them both.
I wish
I
it
wouldn't
was
mind
metal
anyone.
for sure. I wish it was metal, but I like the look of I like the square look of that one. I don't know.
I'm kind of okay with that as long as it types like a Hermes.
That's it exactly. It types really identically. I took both on my desk, and I compared them, the sound, the backspace, even the Bing is not so fine. I have to check it out. But really, nothing to complain about it. Here, the selector works with the resistance. I like it mostly very light. The sound is good. Nothing to complain. Yeah. So, as I
I
said,
think it's awesome looking. It reminds me of all the science fiction movies you would see in the 70s, where the future of computers, that's kind of what they look like to those
Yeah.
people. Us back then.
I
and
agree.
even the box is okay. It's plastic too, but it works. So the handle is okay. As I said, a keeper. You see, here you can see the lever here is hollow compared to the curvy one, which is solid. Here it's hollowed. You see, really, they started to try to save money or production costs to keep it running. Whereas the older Hermes 3000 are really over-engineered, to say, but still a really damn good machine. Nothing to say. It's to work, and I won't change anything here because my intention for typewriters is to have them and to use them more than placing them on the shelf or in the museum. So I don't think that I will try to bleach it or something. No. This one stays here like that.
How is
Well,
the
I like
coating on
it, but to answer Jason's question, I don't think you can compare the two. I think they're two different styles.
Yeah.
I really
Yes,
can't
definitely.
say I prefer one over the other. I think it's pretty awesome. I'm really warming up to that. That's cool.
Oh yeah.
It reminds me a lot of my Hermes 10, the
Yes.
electric typewriter. The look of it is very similar. The color of the Hermes 10, my Hermes 10 is a gray-green, but it does remind me very much of the Hermes 10. So you see where they were going with that. And I love my Hermes 10. I'm taking it to get a totally rehabbed in a new platen and everything in May, and it's cursive, so it's a fantastic typewriter. And but when everybody asks me, well, is it the same as a 3000? Yes and no. It's electric, and it's more electric than, say, the electric Smith Coronas, that the 5TEs that I love so much. But it is definitely a great typewriter. So
yeah, the Hermes 10 is very high on my wish list.
the body style of it is basically the same. I mean, they're plastic.
Yep.
Mhm.
So
What
Robert
is,
and Luke, because those are more recent versions of the Hermes, is the platen any softer?
No.
Well, I'm quite happy with the platen here. I think it looks even that it wasn't used so much. And it was, I think, the most, I don't know, but the platen is quite okay. I have nothing to complain about it. It's not too hard. I think it's okay. Both of my Hermes. But I always use a back sheet. Yeah, every time I type, I use a back sheet. So I'm not so on with very soft platens. Oh yeah, no, it's okay. Yep.
For the backing sheet, do you just use the same type of paper that you're typing on, or have you tried different types of paper as a backing sheet?
I'm thinking about it's the easiest is to take just 2 sheets of paper. So you have just use it, take it out of the box and use it. And from our work, I have a lot of paper which is written on one side and the other side is blank, so I can use it as draft paper. And so the easy to. I was thinking about some videos are on with thin rubber sheets or something as a backing sheet. I haven't tried it serious. Once I tried a bit thicker paper as a backing sheet, but I'm okay with it. It works and it fits to my typing and it's okay. Yeah.
Excellent, very good.
One thing to say about Hermes 3000 is, on the other hand, as you were talking just about your Hermes 10, okay, but you can't compare the Hermes 2000 to the 3000. This is a totally different machine. I have a Hermes 2000 here too. It's older. I think it's from the 50s or 40s, and it's a good machine, but there's a total different feel.
Okay.
Maybe I can use it next week.
Yeah. Excellent.
Well,
That'd be fun.
okay, no problem. I put it on my list.
Excellent. Yeah. Very good. All right. Let's see. Oh, go ahead.
No, that's all for the first. I don't want to hijack the entire thing. And I think. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for being here, as always.
Yeah, I like it very much. It's a great bunch of interesting people, and every Sunday I'm happy to be here. It's just funny to talk to people with the same kind of madness.
Yeah. Definitely.
So, Robert, one quick question. Your last name, being a model railroader, your last name reminds me a lot of the Lehman Grossbahn, the LGB G-scale trains. Any relation?
Sorry, I don't know about this now. Lehman model
railroad, model trains.
Okay, I know a Märklin, I know, and Fleischmann we had here in Germany.
Yeah.
Before
there was also the Lehman Grossbahn, which was the 1 gauge or G scale.
Was it for a garden, for outside?
Yes.
I know these kind of outdoor model railroads, but I haven't know about this affected with my name. Okay, I have to take a look at it. Yeah. Maybe I'm a relative, and maybe
I know.
Who knows?
That's funny.
The unknown uncle.
Yeah. Anyhow, talking about backing sheets, I use a piece of 32-pound paper, and what I've also done make sure is on the paper itself. I draw a black line and a red line, so that as the page comes to the end of the type, when the red line shows through, I know I have half an inch before the black line of the 1 inch bottom margin.
Very good. I like that.
What was the weight of it?
32 pound. Give me 2 minutes. I'll go get my conversion sheet and give you the equivalent in grams per square meter.
That would be fine. It's so hard to count, calculate in inch and pound and whatever you have, and worthwhile, of course.
I know. It gets a little complicated. We like to make things difficult here in America.
Well, but we all drive on the correct side. That's okay. Some years ago, I'd been in Ireland and I have to learn to drive on the false side. It was really also a nice brain twister.
Yeah. Excellent.
There is a huge model train. I don't know what you call it, museum or whatever, up in Hamburg.
It's a mini world.
Wunderland?
Mini world, I think it's called a mini land.
Yeah,
I've never been there. It must be amazing.
I think it was 3 floors. I went there. I think it was like 3 floors. It just go, if I'm not mistaken, on the number of floors. It was huge. And there's a matching one called Northlands in New Jersey, if you ever are interested up there. I've been to that one too. I kind of like the German one better, but it's been a long time. If you're interested, William, that would be a nice trip for you.
Yeah.
Hamburg is an amazing city. I love Hamburg, but I've never been there because you have really to be there when it's not too overcrowded there. Otherwise, it's not funny. And I don't know. Okay, it's last year we had Corona and everything was closed or under hard restrictions. But this could be on my bucket list when I'm again in Hamburg, because Hamburg is a great city with a harbor and has a nice atmosphere. It's really a great city. It's, I think, 400 kilometers from here. So it works.
Great place. Yep. We ran a half marathon there and then wandered around the city the next day. It was really cool.
In Hamburg, I ran my last marathon in 1997.
In Hamburg? Or where?
In Hamburg. What?
Where was that?
1997 was my last marathon I ran there.
What city?
Long time ago. In Hamburg.
In Hamburg. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I live here close to Frankfurt. So my first marathons I ran here in Frankfurt. And then I decided with a friend, okay, let's run Hamburg. And one experience I made in Hamburg was Hamburg is not as flat as I thought. It has many ups and downs. Not so easy.
They never are as flat as you think.
Yes. So now, sorry, you showed me. I have a full screen. I don't know who showed me the number with the.
That was William.
William.
Yeah, William.
Yes.
Could you show it, please, again? I had it.
Okay, so 32 pound paper is 120 grams per square meter.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I think we have normally 80 grams per square meter is our normal paper.
Yep, it is.
And I have a bit thicker paper. I think it's 120 gram, which you could also use for
be backing paper.
Yeah, I should try it. I'll try it again.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. What airplane is it in the back of behind you? Is it this?
Oops.
Oh.
Guess I need to unplug first. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay, RMA Atlanta. This is the Canadair C4 Argonaut class aircraft. The Argonaut was the first purpose-built wide-body airliner for passenger transportation. It was the is the antecedent the correct term of the Lancastrian, which was a converted Lancaster bomber. So it has the same engines as a Lancaster, but was purpose built as a wide body fuselage with 2 rows of 2 seats.
Okay. Okay. I see it just here, and I have only a smartphone here for using. So I see it. I'm very interested in airplanes from my ages. I live just here in the approach sector from Frankfurt Airport, so every some minutes are coming the airplanes in. But now, really, sorry, but I don't want to hijack the entire thing.
Brian Bopp, one of our members, managed to find a whole bunch of the British aerograms, and he sent me one. And the picture on the original stamp was of the Vickers VC-10.
Oh, nice.
Which was the airplane with the absolute smooth, clean wings, 4 engines in the back, and the high T-tail.
Like Ilyushin 62,
yeah. I love those. Those are great looking aircraft. BOAC primarily, right?
Yeah, they were built for BOAC to meet all the parameters, because at that time the British Empire had a lot of substandard runways in the far off countries, and so they needed an airplane which had the engines up and high enough out of the way, but the actual fuselage needed to sit low so the steps wouldn't be as high to get up into it. So it had nice low wings, short undercarriage, engines up clean out the way, nice clean T-tail, and the advertising slogan used to be, "Try a little VC tenderness."
Well, because I think they felt that the engines being where they were, it was a quieter cabin too, right? That was another.
Oh, it was the quietest jetliner that has ever been built.
Wow! Excellent.
Well,
and the VC stood for Vickers Commercial.
Ah, okay.
William, my first flight was in the 70s, and it was with Dan Air London with a Comet.
The de Havilland Comet?
Yes, I was so surprised. I think I was 12 or 13 years old, and we had a sport exchange with London, and I expected the 727, which was by Dan Air flown, and as I came there, and it was a Comet for B or C, I don't know exactly, and it was such an amazing experience to do my first flight. Legend. Very beautiful airliner.
Yeah, I don't know how many people are familiar with the Comet, but they had the engines built right into the wing.
Yes.
Yeah, comets were problematic, I think.
Well, but the interesting thing is that quite a few years later, McDonnell Douglas and Boeing all said that they would have made the same mistakes as de Havilland did had they have tried to pioneer the pressurized high altitude cabin. Yeah, and so although they wouldn't admit it, they owed a great deal of thanks to de Havilland for blazing the way and finding where the problems were. And it was interesting to having watched a documentary, and the primary cause of the failure was the square windows in the top of the cabin to allow for star navigation, astro navigation. I forget the exact term. And the rivets that held the glass in were punched through, not drilled through. And so the minute cracks started around the rivet holes. And after so many cycles of pressurization, depressurization, those cracks eventually spread and caused a catastrophic failure at high altitude. There you go.
Excellent. All right.
Okay.
And back to typewriters.
Yeah. That's nice express.
Yes. Yes. And so of course it was those planes for which the Skywriter was developed.
Excellent, excellent. Good tie-in.
Is it a good segue?
Yes, yes, I appreciate it.
Which is on my bucket list too.
Oh, I recommend Skywriters. I like mine.
Yeah,
Definitely.
Not to get here in Germany. Not to get here in Germany.
Oh, I know. I'm sorry.
No problem. We have Adler Tippas and Chroma Colibris and
Yeah.
Hermes here.
If you're in Germany, what I suggest is look at ebay.co.uk. That's not as far. Then you can find some of the 4Y series skywriters.
Okay.
Which were built at the British Typewriters factory in West Bromwich after Smith Corner had bought out British Typewriters.
Okay.
And so those were built from 1960 to 1962.
Well, I think the problem would be, I think the shipping even from the UK will be a hard issue, as we are no more UK is no more in the European community, so it could be difficult with customs or anything.
Yeah,
I have to check it out, but take a look at it. It's quite okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. All right, Susan, how are you doing? You're muted.
I know, I'm muted because I have two hooligan dogs that might cause a distraction. I'm doing great. Yesterday, I went to that letter writing event that I told you about. I took 2 typewriters, and it was a lot of fun. It was like a mini type-in. There was a couple of other people that brought typewriters. David Torres came from Austin to.
Oh, wow.
He brought a couple of typewriters, and there was a couple of other local people that I had not met before, which is great to meet some people that locally that collect. And I had made up some little some little save the date cards for my type in, and I handed them out, and it was a lot of fun. I took a Smith Corona Silent Super, my Alpine Blue one, and I took my Olympia SF Deluxe, the cursive one. And there was someone who brought an Olivetti Studio 44 that was cursive, which was pretty cool. And then there were some people that brought some older typewriters. David brought, I think it was an Underwood 3-bank, probably from the 40s.
30s, yeah.
Yeah.
30s.
And someone else brought a machine, a really pretty machine that was from like he said it was from the 1950s, he thought. So it was fun. And the funny comment was that someone said to me, didn't it make my heart sink to see people smashing the keys down so hard on the typewriters? And I said, no, because I'm hoping some of them will decide they really like typewriters, and then we'll spark somebody else to be creative with the typewriter. So it didn't bother me at all. But it was a lot of fun. There was a lot of younger people there, and it was a really great event. You know, I think May is National Letter Writing Month. So they were doing this in honor of National Letter Writing Month, and the library had the Dallas Public Library had some old letters on display, antique letters they had collected on display. And there was a pen group there, the pen collecting group, and there was also calligraphers who were doing calligraphy on people's envelopes for the letters they were going to send. And the nonprofit group, Address Me Dallas, they provided stationery for everyone free of charge and free stamps. So there's no excuse not to either write, draw, or type a letter. And it was outdoors. It was a beautiful day, and we had a great time. So that was the big event this week in my life. And today I'm playing around with my Optima.
Nice. Anya?
It's an Optima.
Oh yeah, very nice.
And it's got elite typeface. It's beautiful to look at. It's very clanky. It's not like my Olympias at all, but I still love it. has that the beautiful curves similar to a Hermes. So
Yeah.
revisiting some of the typewriters I don't use as much as, to make sure everybody gets a fair turn in the rotation.
Yes, definitely. Got to keep them in working order.
I'm sorry?
You have to keep them in working order.
That is correct. And it's true that they all need to be used. The more you use them, I think they loosen up a little bit more and they really get you in the writing groove.
Yes.
But
yeah. I've had typewriters that when I first get them and try them out, they just don't work well at all. And then I bring them out another time and I put a little more effort into it, and they just really start warming up, and it's like they're repairing themselves.
Oh, for sure. They do. I think they have it's muscle memory, and plus it also works some of the dust and everything moves as you're using them. And, it does make a difference. Although I do try to clean mine as much as I can. I don't do the deep cleaning that a lot of you guys do.
No rubber ducky time.
Yeah, I'm too much of a nervous Nelly to do.
I know.
I'd be afraid that springs would fly and it would never be repairable, and I would be just in tears, but crying. But I do take a little bit of, simple green to the outside, and I use some isopropyl alcohol on the inside, and I try to clean as best I can, because I know that that's important. But yeah, I'm not big into repair.
Yeah,
I am big into using them though. So there you go.
Me too.
One can lead to the other, of course.
Exactly. Well, I also find that if I've been using ones that I really love for a while, that for some reason when I go to the ones that maybe don't get as much of my love, I like them better because I've been practicing my typing. So the more you type, then the more you like more machines.
Probably.
When I first started with the Royals, for example, I had the typical issue that they were skipping on me all the time. And, I said, I don't like this. Well, after you've been using great machines like the Hermes and the Olympias, and they don't skip, you get a better typing technique. Your typing technique improves enough that when you go back to the Royals, now it's not such a big issue. And you don't have the skipping that you had before.
Yeah, exactly.
So a lot of it is practice. The more you practice, the better you'll be. And therefore, the more typewriters you will find that you like.
Yeah,
that's bad.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Funny how that works.
Definitely. All right. And anything else new with you? Although
that's about it.
Yeah, you had some interesting news there. I was especially curious to hear about the letter writing event, and I'm so glad it went well. And it sounded like they were very generous, giving out postage and everything. Wow.
Oh yeah, they had little signs up telling people how much the postage was, and were helping people calculate out how much postage they needed, including they did international postage. So there was someone I know who mailed the letter to London and someone who mailed the letter to Mexico. Wow. And, there are people of all ages there. And, I had some great conversations with people who were maybe interested in typewriters, but didn't really know how to even find a typewriter. So we talked about that. And it was, it was fun. It was interesting to have to show people how to even put paper in a typewriter, because I never think about that, but they didn't even know how to begin.
Yeah.
But everyone was very good natured about it and laughing at themselves and enjoying the experience. And, with Mother's Day coming next Sunday, they were excited to be able to maybe write a card or write a letter for their mom for Mother's Day, and then have the beautiful calligraphy envelope. And it was fun. It was a lot of fun.
Yes, excellent. I would love to attend something like that, but I haven't heard anything about an event like that here locally. So in the future, I'll have to look more online and seek something out, or maybe even create something. So that'd be fun. especially since I work in a library.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the Dallas Public Library, like I said, they had representatives there, and they were showing off old letters that they had them in frames so that you could, you know, they were protecting the letter, but you could still read the letter and everything. And they had them all around, and it was really very nice. I think people really enjoyed it.
Very
Something to do. It was free.
Yeah, you can't beat free.
Sounds fun.
I always find it funny how when people call us at the library and they say, "Oh, I'm interested in such and such event. How much does it cost?" I'm like, "It's free."
It's the library, people.
They're like, "It's free." I'm like, "Yeah, it's free. we don't charge for anything."
Exactly.
It costs you $3,000 in taxes.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Oh, very true. Very true. But it's worth it.
Exactly.
So you have to use it because you've already paid for it.
Yeah, exactly. Very cool. Well, it's so good seeing you, Susan.
It was good to see you too.
Excellent.
I recommended to a few people that they should check out the typehouse.com.
Oh, I appreciate it.
And one person said, well, you know, Sundays I can't be on. I said, that's okay. You can watch it on YouTube, or you could do Saturday nights. They have a meeting where if you're nervous about being on YouTube yourself, you can just join the meeting, and that one is not recorded for YouTube. So hopefully they will visit typehouse.com and see what's going on.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah,
Everybody's welcome.
exactly.
All right. And Jason, how are you?
I'm great, thanks.
Excellent. Excellent. Anything new in your world?
Oh, yes.
I like that.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
That's what we like to hear.
So I've done eBay a few times, and I think last time I was on here, I showed the Commodore computer or Commodore
Yes.
typewriter that I got at a thrift store. I've discovered Max Sold. Does anyone else use the Max Sold? I don't know if it's just a Canadian thing or not, but it's a auction thing, and it's typically done for like estate auctions. So they sometimes will have typewriters on there. So I just picked this one up yesterday. Oh, I gotta turn my background off.
Yeah.
It's an Underwood 18, which is kind of a
Ivera.
yeah. It's when Olivetti.
Yep. Yeah, an
Oh,
Ivera
wow.
compact.
Here, let me turn off there's my setting. So it's a very, very, very portable little thing. It's in really good shape. And it's got the original ribbon on it. I think it's the original ribbon because it's the metal spools, but it's blue.
Oh.
Okay,
Blue
it
and
may,
red.
okay, it may be the original spools, but it's definitely a new ribbon or a replacement ribbon.
Oh, it could be. They could have rewound it.
Yeah.
Or it could just be a very old replacement set of spools.
That is
But-
also possible.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's in great shape. It's most of the typewriters that I get are kind of beaten up a little bit, and this one's very clean and very neat, and everything seems to work on it. So I'm pretty impressed. So that's my new acquisition, and I think I paid $40 or $50 for it on the auction. You basically just put the top price that you'd want, and then you just find out what it went for when you get it. So
Oh, okay. So there's no bidding wars.
I'm sure there are, but probably not for typewriters.
Okay.
Maybe for jewelry or something. There might
Well.
be. I don't know.
So how does it work, Jason? Like, do you get it mailed to you or like delivered
No,
or?
it's. Oh, I see. Luke has. Is that the identical model, Luke? Oh yeah, it is.
Let me zoom in on you, Luke. Oh. There we go.
Spotlight.
Yeah, it's exactly the same.
Yep.
It doesn't have many features on it. It's got no number one. It's got no exclamation mark. It's got no tabs. It has a carriage shift. So it's pretty basic, but it types great. I've just been using it this morning, and it's fun to type on. Daniel, the way the Max Sold works, if you go log on, make an account, you can see auctions everywhere, but most of them, I think there are some that do shipping. I've only done a couple, so I'm just new at this too, but I picked local ones that I could drive to really easily, and that were on like the pickup times I could manage with work. So I'm kind of picking. I also bought some stereo equipment that I don't really need, and it doesn't work nearly as well as a typewriter. So I'm going to be figuring out how to fix that stuff. So I'm basically making work for myself. The other thing that I was working on for my typewriters, and I'd love to get anyone's opinions or advice on this, is so I am trying to clean up and get working on a bunch of typewriters that are in not good condition. So I got a couple of Royal Portables from the 60s. And actually, you're mentioning Skywriters. I've got a couple of Skywriters. And the one of the key problems I'm having is with the ribbon reversing mechanisms. And on one of the Royals, I know it would go one way, but it wouldn't reverse back the other way. And I could see there's a little teeny tiny spring that holds one of the teeth or the dogs that goes into the gear. So it just kind of flaps around. So I'm like, where am I going to find a spring like that? So I went to, there's a surplus store in Toronto. I don't know if these are common anymore. They're becoming very uncommon here, but it's called A1 Electronic Surplus. And I've gone there for like bands, for like electric mechanical typewriters where the belt has gone bad. So I've gone there to get replacement belts and stuff. So I went to see if they had any springs, and they had a little box of small springs, but none of them were quite small enough. So I bought a VCR from him for $2 in the hopes that maybe there's a spring small enough to fit it. Does anyone have any advice for finding these little weird springs? I know Susan just mentioned she doesn't want to take her thing out and hose it down because you don't want to lose this stuff, but I totally sympathize now.
VCRs are a great source of springs.
What was that, Ted?
Oh, VCRs are a great source for springs.
Well, I got a $2 VCR, so we'll see if there's the right spring in there.
There you go. Yeah, I would imagine they would have all kinds of springs in there. Yeah. And as we know, Joe Van Cleve used to do the VCR repair, so he probably has a stash of springs from VCRs. Yeah.
William, what number is that? Is that the 18th?
Same thing.
Oh yeah, it's the same one.
It's an Underwood 18,
Yep.
but I bought this one primarily for the dealer label.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh,
Wow.
This one was originally sold in Australia.
Wow.
It's a nicer color than mine too.
Yeah. Very cool.
And interestingly, this one has the quarter, half, 3/4, 1/3, and 2/3 fractions on it.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
These
mine does
Underwood
too,
machines.
but
As
they're-
well, I believe it also has the pound sign,
Yep.
and it doesn't have the dollar sign. Yeah, but it does have a figure 1, even though it's not cursive.
That's funny. Mine has the pound sign and those fraction signs, but they're all on different keys.
Yeah.
These Underwood 18s, they are actually Italian Antares typewriters.
Oh.
And
Yes.
they have distinctive typing feel that from my experience, I believe they can be typed on completely dry, like the tolerance between each type bar or each linkage is just designed very well that it doesn't need lubrication. That's my experience on this.
Mm-hmm.
And they have another Antares. They have another model which, if you don't mind those plasticky shells, they have another model which integrated a plastic handle with a drawer for your paper underneath the machine.
Oh,
So that's another very distinctive model from Antares.
very cool.
It's another Italian company which I would highly recommend if you like Olivetti. Antares is like another kind of Olivetti, which like a brother company like that. From the feel, the typing feel and the design, they're just that good.
Excellent. Very good.
Hmm.
Thank you for that information.
So
Yeah.
it's not really an Olivetti in underwood wood skin. It's Olivetti put together another typewriter in Olivetti skin with an Underwood badge.
There you go.
What happened was Underwood had a contract with Antares before the Olivetti buyout. And so Olivetti had to respect that contract, and they rebadged a bunch of Antares under the Underwood label, as well as doing Olivetti's under the Underwood label. So
Interesting.
that's why that happened.
Neat.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Ted.
Yeah.
Why did they choose that name on Taurus?
It's just the name of the company. It means star in or it's a type of star, a name of a star.
The name of a star. Yeah, I was just
Yeah.
wondering why they picked that.
It's just their company name.
No.
They're like, this is cool.
Yeah, it's a distinctly different design than the Olivetti. It was a separate company, so and they in fact made a bunch of really nice typewriters throughout the 50s and 60s.
Maybe one day I'll have one. This fit my
I
star
think-
theme in here.
Yeah.
From Antares, I might be wrong, but they seem to have the ribbon selector, the bichrome selector, very close to the platinum. So you can see my one here. It is like right here.
Yeah, that's very similar to a lot of like Patrias and like early Corona 4s have that, where the ribbon selector is right up there next to the platinum.
Yeah, and it feels like a little gear shift. You gotta like activate it to move it.
Yeah, you have to push it down and move it sideways. Yeah.
Oh man, I have to put this typewriter on my wish list now.
Well, if you can find one of those Underwood 18s, they're really, really nice machines. I've encountered a few, and they're super tight as far as touch and just the snappiness of them. They're really well made.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And the ribbon reverse mechanism still works, so that's a real plus for me.
Yeah.
And if you look under Antares, you can find like a Parva. That's actually a clone of an Antares Parva, which is a nice machine that it's got like a metal lid, like a Skywriter, but you can take that lid off and put the machine inside the lid, and it bulks it up and allows you to type on your lap with it. It's like a little typewriter stand in itself. So it's a neat machine.
Cool. Ted, do you know anything about the Antares Compact?
Antares Compact?
Yeah.
Is it like the electric one or electronic?
No, it's like my understanding is it's the little brother to the Parva.
No, I haven't seen one.
Yeah, that's the one that I have the rubber band holding the carriage return lever up.
Well, you need to get a spring in there.
Yeah.
So you do have an Antares. You don't need to put it on your list.
But the Underwood 18 though.
Oh yeah, the 18 is a great machine.
Yeah. So very cool.
The Underwood 18 isn't that rare actually.
No, it's not.
I
It's
usually
pretty
see
easy to
that
find.
now and then. Even in Taiwan, there's a few, like maybe 3 on the marketplace already.
Yeah.
They're generally in a reasonable price.
Mhm.
I got mine at 40 Aussie dollars.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not especially well known.
Yeah.
But the people who have them generally really like them. So it's a good choice
Excellent.
and not likely to be very expensive.
Well, there you go. I have no excuse now. Darn it.
Put that on the list with all the other ones you need.
I know. My list is growing again. I had gotten it down to like maybe 2 typewriters, and now it's growing again.
Need with quotes.
Yes, need. Definitely. All right. Anything else new with you, Jason?
No, that's about it. I'm looking for small springs and and I'm gonna check out some more of these auctions because this one worked out so well. I was shocked. I mean, there's a bit of risk to them because the people taking the pictures and posting the stuff, they don't know anything about the typewriters. So it's you're kind of at their mercy. So there's a bit of a gamble, but this one paid off so well. This is a really nice little typewriter.
Excellent. Very cool. All right. Well, thank you so much for being here, Jason.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you for hosting it.
Of course. All right. And William, what's new in your world? There we go.
Nothing really new. I was talking with Andrew last night, and we were talking about airmail envelopes. I see Andrew's kind of disappeared for the moment.
Yeah.
And so I'll just put the link to the envelopes.
In the chat there.
Oops, I see. That was Andrew Smith. Okay. Hang on. I don't know how a person undoes this. How does a person text everyone?
You probably have to click on, there's at the bottom, there's going to be a button for chat.
Yeah, we got that. I've opened the chat.
That opens the chat, and then it should say to, and then type message here. And you might have to change it to everyone. There's like a little drop down thing where you can choose either a specific person or change it to everyone.
Oh, I'll figure that out later.
Okay.
It's a drop down box. It has a little arrow next to it.
Yeah.
The name is to.
No.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
There you go.
Try that.
There we go. Yes. Excellent. All right.
Did it.
Yeah. Let's see. Let me see if I can. Oops.
See if that works.
My computer goes a little slow because I'm running all these things in the background.
Yeah.
Let's see. And then
and we'd also talked about airmail paper. And
for whatever reason, it's not letting me share it. I was gonna share that link on the screen, but it's not letting me.
Yep. And then here's the one to the airmail paper.
Excellent.
So
very cool.
Yeah. We talked about a digital craft earlier on. That's a de Havilland Comet.
Nice.
Just an old dinky toy from back in the 60s. I picked it up at a antique show a few years ago. And other than that, not a whole lot.
Okay.
I believe I told you about the free Olympia SM3 I received as a birthday present.
I believe so. Yeah. Yeah. That's quite a birthday present.
Yeah. Well, what happened is that the fellow who gave it to me is an antique dealer, and he was at an estate sale of a fellow who I know, and the typewriter in its case had been left outside, and so the case itself was very badly water damaged, and it had been put out to go out with the scrap. And so this fellow found it and offered them $10 for it, and they said, "Hey, it's yours." And so we went out for supper on my birthday, which was April 19th last week, or week before. And we got talking about it and went back to his place, took a look at it. He said, "Here, happy birthday." So
that's awesome.
So that'll be a project for one of these warm, sunny afternoons.
Yeah.
Warm, sunny Sunday afternoons.
Yeah. Very cool.
As these solvents I use for doing the deep cleaning are pretty nasty smelly.
Yeah.
So I only use those outside. And also I use a compressed air powered solvent diffuser as a spray gun with enough velocity to actually dislodge the dirt. And of course, they get the vapors, the atomized vapors go into the air. And if you do that in a building, you'll choke yourself out in about 5 minutes.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Wow. Do you ever use that PB blaster?
Not yet. I've heard about it. The product I like is Seafoam's. It's called Deep Creep. It's a cleaner lubricant. It's basically a very lightweight clear oil mixed with isopropyl alcohol and naphtha. So the isopropyl alcohol removes moisture, the naphtha removes grease, and just leaves the light oil to lubricate things.
Excellent.
But what I've been using for lubricating typewriters for the linkages for the last 10 years now is 100% synthetic SAE 30 non-detergent oil.
Okay.
And it's some may say that's a little heavy, but it stays in place. And see, I've been using it now for over 10 years and haven't had a problem with it.
Excellent.
Just take a piece of wire and put about 5 mil into a small container, take a piece of 1 mil thick wire, and you can apply half a drop to each link and pivot and moving point. After you've given a thorough clean, dry off with compressed air. Sometimes typewriters have to come out and get scrub down with steel wool. But then that's about as deep as I'll go.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's deeper than I'll go. Excellent. All right. And anything else new?
That's about it.
Okay. Well, as always, thank you for being here, William.
And it was kind of interesting in the typing talk last night. People were just asking me one technical question after another one.
Oh yeah. You were the resident expert last night.
So it seemed, yeah.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if you noticed, but you didn't have the usual screen. You know, usually I have that screen set up explaining what the type and talk is. It's because my wife and I were out and about last night, and we were actually cleaning my dad's apartment.
Okay.
And we were like, well, either we could leave at this time so I could get home to start type and talk, or I could just start it on my phone. So I started it on my phone. So as we were cleaning my dad's apartment, we were listening to your chatter last night. So that was kind of fun.
Well, I like to think that between this we can port ourselves accordingly.
Yes, yes. Yeah. Many times I'm tempted to join in, but I kind of want to leave it like, because if I'm there, I'm going to feel like I have to host, and I don't want it to be like that. So I just set it up for you guys and let you guys do your own thing,
Yeah, and as we've said before, the thing we like about it is that it's not live streamed and it's not viewable on YouTube, so we can discuss much more in-depth personal things.
Yeah.
Between us. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I love that there's a group of regulars that are there like clockwork.
Well, it's always a great way to wind down the week.
Yes, very cool.
And then Type Club Live is a great way to start the next week.
I know, right? They're like bookends.
Yeah.
Very cool. All right. Well, thank you again for being here, William.
Oh, you're more than welcome. Thank you for hosting.
Yes. Ted, how are you doing?
I am doing well.
Excellent. And you're tempting me with the Olympia SM7, right?
I know. I heard it mentioned at the beginning, and so I was like, "Oh, that sounds intriguing. I might pull out mine." And I was like, taking this out. It's one of my favorites to bring out. So
yeah,
it was a good excuse.
What's that number written on there?
That is someone else's social security number. Oh, wait, not social security number. It's their driver's license number.
Oh, okay.
That's an old Arizona driver's license number.
Ah, okay.
And the previous owner, I got this at a thrift store. Apparently, that back in the 70s, that was a thing that people did to prevent theft.
Oh.
Police department, rented out electric pencils and had you scribe your driver's license number or social security number on your things. Back before that was a security risk. So every once in a while you'll find a typewriter with someone's driver's license number inscribed in it, and this is one of them. I never bothered to paint it over because it's like, part of its history.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely.
So all the paint scratched off. It's like actually engraved right into the metal.
Yeah.
So, I could sand it off, but too lazy.
Or I guess you could even put like some sort of clear coat on it to at least protect the metal.
I don't know that I would bother. It's aluminum.
Yeah.
It's not like it's going to rust.
Yeah, that's true. You don't type in the rain?
No, I don't type in the rain.
Plus you're in Arizona.
Yeah, it's so rare an occasion. So
it needs a sticker there.
Yeah, there you go.
I could put a sticker there, but it's not quite in the right spot.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be centered. Like I do have like that Erica 10 or Aztec 700 I have has a big paint blotch here that someone poured acetone on the cover and it just melted the paint into like a blob. And I put a sticker on top of that. So
I remember that.
That was
do the same thing here. Paint it.
No, too lazy.
I
don't like it. I can just pull the whole top off.
Yeah. I do have to say that Olympia SM7 is it might be like looks wise, it might be my favorite.
It is the prettiest typewriter in the world.
Yeah. There's just something about that look.
I do. It's the prettiest of all the Olympias. I think so. I do like the SM3s and SM4s, but you get this waffle thing, angular look, and the clean colors. It's just it really appeals to me in sort of the early 60s vibe that it throws off. Kind of alpine and skiing and hot chocolate with marshmallows in it. It kind of evokes all these things for me. So
it'll take you there.
It does take me there, and I really like this machine.
I'm looking at the letters on the page. It could be the screen, but they don't look like they're even. Is it? Is it the screen or the letters?
It's because I have it tilted a little bit. I'm sure.
Okay. Yeah, that looks better.
Yeah.
They're fine.
Healthy typer.
It is. It's a really nice machine. It's got an Elite on it that I really like because it's not a thin Elite, so it doesn't like cut the ribbon and stuff. It's kind of a thicker Elite that I do like. Nice and beefy sort of text on it, and
Nice and bold.
Yeah, it's got a solid ink on there.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know. I like it. I like this machine. It was well worth the $5 I paid for it.
Oh wow! Rub it
Where do y'all
in.
find these things.
Well, I've been thrift store shopping for typewriters for over 10 years now. So
That was
I have found my share of really good deals.
yeah.
I think the only ones I found that cheap were at flea markets where people are getting rid of their stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But not at thrift stores. I haven't found any cheap ones at thrift stores.
Well, it used to be like very thick pickings here because before Goodwill started sending off their machines to the national auction site, the Goodwills here in Arizona didn't do that, and we're also a retirement state, so people come here to die basically. And so for a good 8 years of that 10 years that I've been collecting have been, I'd walk into a thrift store and there'd be 3 or 4 typewriters sitting there waiting for me to take my pick from. So
Wow.
that was, those were great times. It is not that way anymore though.
No.
Yeah.
But it was good while it lasted.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe there's something out there still.
Oh, there still is. I go out occasionally. I'm going to go out today
Ooh.
and see what's up, but it's been pretty thin pickings lately.
I mean, I do come across a lot of them. They're just expensive. They're not like that cheap. I don't find them for $25.
Yeah. I still do. Like last year I found a nice Royal Mercury for $10, and you still find them. It's just the fact them actually being there is not quite so often. They're still the same price. They don't really ask for much, but I think I pay maximum $25. Sometimes if they get really, really ambitious about the price, they'll slap 25 on there. But it's either $5, $10, $14, $25, or $99.
Yeah.
And I just ignore the $99 ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what ones do they typically price at $99?
It's really random. Sometimes it's a rusty old standard Remington, and like a 1940s Remington they'll think is worth $100, but I found really nice Royal Companions from the 30s on the shelf for $10. They just have no idea what they price at.
Yeah.
It
And where
tends
is
to be
this?
the mood.
Yeah.
Where is this?
Thrift stores around town.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're really random about how they price things.
Mhm.
I know.
I've seen really rusted out ones for like $200. They don't lowball me. I know what I got.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, they'll do that because they think it's old or
Yeah.
Yeah.
or something then. But if they get a nice shiny new SM7 in there, they think, oh, well, this is probably not that old, so nobody wants this, so I'll just put
Yeah.
a $1 price tag on it. Fine with me.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, this one was the right price.
It was free.
Yep.
Oh, there you go.
This was one of the six typewriters I was given in one shot by a collector who was downsizing his collection.
Mhm.
Oh wow.
From that I got 2 SM7s, one with italic type and this one with the standard type. And The story was he was downsizing his collection because he was moving from a house in Calgary to an apartment in British Columbia. And he had to downsize his collection of 200 plus down to 50.
Yeah.
So the 50 he liked the best, he kept. The other ones that he had serviced, he sold them on consignment at various antique and vintage shops around Calgary.
Hmm.
He ended up with 6 that were too badly damaged to be sold with a clear conscience. And so he figures his options were to drop them in a dumpster, give them to a thrift like a Value Village, or find a typewriter collector who might be able to get them working again. He chose option C.
Nice.
And so far I've serviced 4 out of the 6, and SM4, 2 SM7s. As the Remington Quiet Writer with the folding carriage lever and the carry case. I haven't looked at that yet. There's also an Underwood Noiseless 7. Haven't looked at that neither. And there's one more. I forget. Oh yes. Adler? No. Triumph Gabriella E.
Okay.
Yes, which is made in '61, so it's the same age as I am. So I should look at it cleaned up and serviced, but it has an absolute rock hard platinum.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and it was Ted's site that showed me how to remove the typewriter from the base because the rubber grommets.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely solid. So getting there with a fine screwdriver, pop these snap rings out, lift it out, and so I replaced rubber grommets with some 1/4-inch fuel line.
Yep. You would not believe how many people told me just rip it off the base. Take a hammer, claw hammer, and just rip it off. And I'm like, no, there's got to be a better way.
Yeah.
There has to be a better way. I spent a lot of time poking at that and figuring that one out, but I'm glad I did, because I would hate to see how many of those things just got ripped off the base.
Yeah,
that's horrible.
Because if you pull it too hard, you'd pull those the studs right through the plastic.
Yep. I'm sure it's happened. So
yeah,
I hope that little contribution has saved a few of those cases of destruction.
Sure saved mine.
And getting back to the cheap typewriters, I can't help but think about Sarah Everett, Just My Typewriter. She's always talking about, I think her typewriter budget is $25.
Yeah.
And she finds all these crazy typewriters. It's amazing.
You can do it if you're persistent and patient.
Yeah.
That's the key. If you want a machine right now, then you're going to have to pay for it. But
yeah.
And that's the thing, is so many collectors these days, a lot of times they're just so excited that they have to have it right now. That's really, the fact that we have so many more of those types of collectors is what's bringing up the prices. It's not scarcity at all. These machines are still out there. If you're patient, and persistent, look real hard, you can still find them for great prices. It's just, if you're not patient, if you want that Groma Calibre right now, you're going to have to pay for it.
Yeah. All right. And is there anything else new with you, Ted?
Let's see. I finally finished up the age list for the Aztecs. So there's that, and I updated the pages for the Groma, Erica, and Rheinmetall to reflect the fact that they kind of the last of those machines went to America as Aztecs. Can't think of anything else really important that I did. So, I'm writing a blog post about the letters that the Jehovah's Witnesses send me every once in a while.
Oh,
so, They send me nice handwritten letters inviting me to their church, and
Yeah.
I'm like, well, that's very good proselytization, but you know, if you typed it, it would probably make me read them a little better, a little more. You know, they try so hard, they get someone to handwrite these letters to send out to people, just random people all throughout the neighborhood, and you know, it's a really nice personal touch, but you know, if you want to speak to me, you have to typewrite your letters.
There you go. Very cool.
So I think I'll suggest that to them. You know, if you
Yeah.
want me to be a J-dub, then you gotta type me letters.
Very cool. Well, as always, thank you so much for being here.
You're welcome. Thank you for hosting.
You're welcome.
And
Luke, did you have those pictures you wanted to show us?
Yes, permission to share the screen.
Yes, yes. You should be able to.
Okay.
It's the yeah, there you go.
All right.
Pretty.
So a while ago, a local antique dealer contacts me, hoping that I can help them to fix some of their machines. So this is the very first assignment.
Wow.
And so the major issue was that the drawband was broken. So that was the major issue. Nothing really technical after that. But this Triumph machine was one of a kind, which I never dealt or seen one before. The unique design is that the paper support is some kind of like
Oh wow.
this.
That is so cool. Wow.
Which
Oh.
model is that?
I don't really know. I think there wasn't any model name on it, and I couldn't find any clue. And if
Serial number?
I will have that serial number in the later picture. And if you see this handle here,
Mm-hmm.
that is the cap lock.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Yeah. And I believe they have the parts machined very, very well. So it has that metallic feedback, which you can probably find it with Remingtons, but it's different from Remingtons. Yeah. Things like that.
yeah, if the serial number is below 55,000, then it's probably just the Triumph model with the quotes around it. It's a standard. It
Yeah.
doesn't have a model name, but the Triumph should have quotes around it on the paper table.
It looks like
Sorry. So this is the serial number, and you can clearly
1914.
yes, you can
1914?
clearly see the escapement,
Mm-hmm.
wow.
and that drawband and tension units right there,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
right here, and a lot of openings. So
Yes.
that makes the drawband repair quite straightforward and easy. When I saw this machine, it was like a big tank and heavily bolted on the base, on the wooden base. And I thought, oh, I'm in real trouble, because most of my experience is based on portables. I do have a few experience on Underwood Standard 5, Standard 6, but this is another level. But I was lucky enough that was just the drawband needs repairing. Yeah, that's the the very first assignment, which I was lucky to have it repaired on the spot.
Wow.
And it looks like it's really easy to adjust the tension on the drawband.
Yes.
Either wind it up or relax
you
it.
Just, you just wind up that handle there, and you can fine tune the tension by the lever down there, and you are just like a index. It's actually another escapement down here. Yeah, so it's very, very easy.
The same as on some of the early Royal portables.
Yeah. And after that comes to mechanical calculators, those facet.
Facet.
Yeah, facet mechanical calculator, which I happen to have one, which is the gray one on the right here. That is mine. And those two from the antique dealer, they were both frozen solid.
Mm-hmm.
So as I told Greg that I did not have successful experience with mechanical calculators before. My first two attempts, those machines ended up a pile of wasted metal. So, but luckily I had these two working again. And so my first two attempts with those mechanical calculators, back then I had little experience with typewriters. Now I have a few experience with typewriters, and I find a lot of similarities between these two. So if you see those comms here, and some here, they're actually something like the line lock from our typewriters. And this bit is actually, it works as, it's a shift key, but it's very similar to our backspace key.
Okay.
And these two plates here works like a line lock mechanism, which blocks the key from more input. Yeah, and so that's a bit of cleaning, and so these are those things blocking the keys from inputting. And I'll be quick. I'm almost finished. And there's some carrying mechanism down here. You'll see a big bell, and the drivetrain is on the left here. And this one is a locking mechanism. The thing with this mechanical calculator is that whenever you turn the crank, it automatically locks out all the other keys and levers. So that makes a lot of interesting findings on the how do they interact with those other mechanisms. So this is one of the lockout mechanism I find. So you can see a lot of similarities from typewriters, but on a mechanical calculators, it's like on the typewriter, whenever you depress a key, it automatically locks out all the other keys. So you will never have those types lock jammed on a typewriter. As an analogy, I'll put it like this. I believe that's pretty much of it. That's escapement, I believe. Oh, and I also found a Hermes 44, which I never saw this model before. But maybe you guys have.
No.
It looks massive.
Yeah, it does.
It's a Hermes 3000 in a big plastic case.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's pretty much of it.
Wow. Thank you so much, Luke. That was awesome. Yeah, very cool. And I'm glad you were able to show that because I know it's like 2 a.m. there. So
yeah, it's pretty late, so I gotta go.
Yes,
So
yes.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. It's always good seeing you.
I'll see you sometime in
That
the
was
future.
great to see. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, that was awesome.
There's one thing I still don't understand is how exactly the tallying system works inside a mechanical calculator or adding machine. And it's obviously some kind of decimal logic, but it totally escapes me.
Yeah.
Those two that I just repaired, they call it a pinwheel design.
Okay.
That's why. So we crank one rotation, it will transfer your input into the other registers. So in terms, they add up more and more. And when you shift that pinwheel sideways, that sort of shift the input to the next digit. So in that fashion, you can easily make very big calculations, like 6 or 8 digits calculations.
Okay.
To do addition and deduction is very straightforward. So you just crank it forward, or either crank it backward for deduction.
Okay.
For what is that called?
Multiplication, division.
Multiplication is that you keep adding it up, but you shift to different digit to do a massive calculation.
Nein, so runtergefallen.
Lastly, division. Division is based on the idea you keep making deduction until you overflow. Then the bell will ring. Then you keep making deductions, digit by digit. Then finally you get the result. So to put it simply, the philosophy is like this. Yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Cool. I must go. Thank you all for
Thank you
having
so
me.
much, Luke.
I'll see you next time.
All right.
Take care there.
Have a good one.
Cheers.
Oh, just to show you, well, I don't know if I can show this, but some of the deals that are available from the local thrift stores is I just got a message, texted a message from TypeSnap, who is another typistarian down here where I live. He's going to Goodwill's just now, and he's texted me a picture of a very early 60s Smith Corona Electra 12 for $24.49.
Wow.
He was asking me if he wanted me to pick it up for me, wanted him to pick it up for me. And I had to say no, because I don't need another typewriter, but
yeah,
deals are still around.
Yeah.
So there's a nice Electra 12 sitting in a local thrift store here for $25.
Wow.
That gives you any indication of the sort of things that are still available.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if it was him or not, but when I went to the grand opening of the Typewriter Emporium, which is Bob Marshall's showroom, someone from Arizona was there, and I suspect it was him. I could be wrong, but yeah.
Could be. He's kind of a quiet guy, but
yeah. Has he mentioned to you a typewriter tool case that he bought?
He hasn't. No. So
okay, because that's what he bought from Bob was a vintage typewriter repair case. which looked a lot like a doctor's bag, actually.
Mhm. Yeah, there's probably about 5 or 6 people here locally that are on the Facebook groups and, generally get around the typewriter thing. So it may not be him. It may be someone else.
Yeah, exactly.
But
exactly.
There's a lot of people here. They're not quite so active as far as posting all the time or something, but they're there.
Yeah.
They're just as excited.
Okay. It's just that name TypeSnap seemed to spark a memory, but
he's got a blog that he doesn't post to, but he's a typospherean, just like the rest of us. So
okay. Very cool. But the deals are still out there.
Deals are still out there. In fact, like I said, they came in just now. Last 10 minutes, I got
an
alert.
Wow. If I ever drive out to Arizona to visit my brother, I will definitely have to do some thrifting.
Yep, definitely should. It's I mean, it is thinner out here, but they are still there.
Yeah. Well, it's very thin here, so.
I know. I went to California to visit my sister once and hit the thrifts there, and there was just nothing at all.
Yeah.
I was looking for anything that I collect, including ashtrays or camera lenses, just whatever I could find, and there was just nothing. You guys have clothes and like old sound systems and stuff, but nothing cool.
Oh,
toys and clothes is all you guys have in your thrift stores.
You know what? If you walk into, we have Savers here, which is like a super thrift store. Mm-hmm. So if you walk in there, you would swear that you're walking into a clothing store.
Yeah, clothes are big in California. I know that. So.
Oh yeah, we're styling. Yes, excellent. All right, let's see. Daniel, I don't think we had officially spoken to you. Am I right?
Well, it's because I voluntarily speak too much.
No.
I understand that.
You still get your turn though. How are you? Thanks. How are you?
Great, thanks. Doing good.
Excellent.
I know that a lot of people are talking about spring, but it's never as true as for now. For us today, it's going to be very, very warm. It still gets to freezing temperatures at night, but during the day, it's what you'd call like just low, high 60s maybe, in Fahrenheit, and so it's very nice, and it's sunny, and so the garden's coming along, and there's other activities and so on and so forth. So I owe a lot of letters to a lot of people. I was so pleased to receive many letters from Type Pals and other people, and I promise I will reply. It's just been very busy before that, but it's coming. So I enjoy receiving them. It's been very iffy in terms of times. One letter from the US took 7 weeks to get to me.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was mailed in February, and I got it mid-April, and so that was long. I don't know if it got lost or the letter was stuck in the machine in a crack and stuck there. I don't know. I always imagine that it's possible that even in a mailbox, you put your letter in and then it disappears. So that's what might happen. And I've been kind of working on some typewriters, and I was commenting at the beginning of this meeting that I haven't sent any Platons to J.J. Short for redoing, but I intend to. But there's also, I have this secret dream of trying to find the raw materials for it and doing it myself.
Oh wow!
There's this gentleman in Brazil that had a new Platon done in some kind of polyvinyl urethane. It's red in color, but I think it's a right shore gauge. And he showed a video on YouTube of going to a machinist and having the machinist turn it. So I don't know why I see another image as the background. I don't know if it's my view only. Yeah, so I see Ken's, but I don't see the main image. Okay, now it's fixed now. Anyway.
Okay.
So I don't know. I have a lathe and I have a small machine shop, and I'm always thinking, well, maybe I could do that myself. But I know nothing about the process. So it would, having done some research, I haven't found very much technical information about how they do it at JJ Short exactly, and having the right material is so critical, because I think it's, if you don't get the right material, then you're wasting a bit of the time. It's not totally wasted, because it's fun to do a bit of trial and error research that way, doing it yourself. That's kind of the fun of it, is the process. Like, if you don't get to the end result, then you've learned something and then you can redo it. But I still want to know, like, if there's a way, and it's not very documented how, and I wonder, so Ted's still online, but like some of the technical manuals don't mention that very much. And before JJ Short, like the suppliers in New York that used to sell platens and all sorts of supplies for typewriters and other machines, I don't know if they ever documented them.
There is some light documentation in one of the Ames parts manuals, where they show their shop and go and basically discuss how the process works. And basically, if you have a lathe with a grinder attachment, so you can grind down, then you've got the machining that you need. That's the important thing right there. The PVC material that you mentioned, that's the same as what the turboplatin guy. I don't know if you've ever heard of a turboplatin. He uses that.
Dean Jones. Yeah.
Yeah, Dean Jones. He uses a PVC material for platens, which is clear, and he paints the core of the platen in order to make it color. But you can do that. If you've watched California Typewriter, you'll see scenes of California Typewriter. They use radiator hose to redo platens, and he just uses a drill
Ted,
sanding thing.
You mentioned that before. Like, we had this discussion a little bit some months ago, and I went back to the DVD of California Typewriters, and I definitely found it. And those hoses, have some nylon webbing reinforcement in the core to resist the pressure and so on and so forth. But I haven't seen that in the typewriters. I haven't seen that kind. I think it's all pure rubber. There's no nylon.
They don't. That's not actually technically factory, but it's what California Typewriter did, because once Ames stopped redoing platens, there was a period of time during which California Typewriter, the movie, was made, where JJ Short hadn't started making platens again. So they were basically fashioning platens however they could. And that's what they used as radiator hose.
Yeah, because I was talking at the beginning of this of today that I got a bunch of rubber tubing to do rollers, and I went to the automobile shops that sell parts, and I got a variety of them. Some of them are few lines, like William said. Some of those are vacuum lines. The vacuum lines do have a kind of nylon webbing in the core, like inside, to resist.
I don't think that
collapsing.
makes any difference at all to the
It may not be. Its exterior surface is a bit different, but if I'm able to grind it or sand it, that would help. And there might be a possibility to source those tubes in larger diameters, like California typewriters did, to do that, and fitting it and I guess gluing it somehow with super glue, which is a common rubber glue or rubber cement, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot to explore. But the Ames catalog, I'd be curious to see about that. I do have one of my brothers is a machinist, and he works in a big shop and with bigger equipment. And what I have is small machines, and they have rectified some rubber rollers for big machinery, and they use a grinder as well. So they use a very coarse grinding wheel, and so I kind of understand the process. But I'm still very curious about the different, core material, like the material itself, and where to source it. So yes, there's rubber hosing, but maybe there's other sources as well, and that.
Here's my advice. You have all the tools you need.
Right.
You have the materials you need. If
I
you're
think
sitting
so.
there thinking about it still, then you're procrastinating.
Oh, that's my problem. And I do overthink before. I often, with my own worst enemy, I overthink these things before trying, and procrastinate a little bit on projects. And I think about it different ways, and I read again. And yes, so sometimes you just have to get down to it.
Just do it.
Just do it.
Excellent.
I sure don't want
advice.
to scrap, but I just don't want to scrap the core of the plate, and like the main part of the plate, and stirring up a little bit. So that's just the only thing.
Well, if you mess up putting a covering on a platen, you just cut it off again and then put a different one on.
Yeah, covering is one thing. It's the middle part that could go bad somehow.
No, the core, if it's a modern machine, the core is going to be steel.
Some of them are wood.
Yeah, but that's an older machine. So practice with a newer machine.
But that's all the machines that I need with new platens.
Well, what you do is you take yourself a nice Royal Mercury, one of those Silver Seiko 700s, and strip the rubber off that, and practice with one of those, because those all need rubber. They're all hardened rubber on those things. And you can get a lot of practice in. If you screw up the machine, you don't care, because it's there's a million of those Royal Mercuries sitting around. Just get some practice in.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Yeah. Practicing with a bit of a trash or like a parts machine that is irrecuperable or is very common.
Yeah.
That's what I've been kind of thinking about.
Excellent. Excellent.
And I also have my Olympia SM9 case, which was missing a rubber spacer. The SM9 in the lid, there's two rubber blocks normally that keep the machine down when you close the lid. And one of the blocks had fallen. When I got the machine, it wasn't there. So I sourced it's washing machine or dryer feet, rubber feet, and they're the right consistency. They're hard.
Okay.
So they're gonna keep the typewriter in place and not be mushy, and the thing's gonna move around. I sourced that, and I made a new block, 40 by 60 millimeters, and glued that, and I posted that on the YouTube typewriter maintenance group. And that was a success because my block looks like the original. So if somebody looks closely, yes, they'll find a difference, but it's close enough that it works exactly like I want. So I did those kind of projects to repair. And lastly, I've been cleaning my JP3, my brother JP3, which was a surprise finding. At my wife and I live in a neighborhood that is close to a major commercial road. So the commercial road is not our street, but we are close to that commercial road. So it's quite close. And there's a few thrift stores there. As I walk in one day into a thrift store and I see the brother. Well, I have a case here actually. I see this case with brother on it, and it's a holiday case. And there was this machine in it, and I just happened to find it just walking in. So I was quite lucky to find it, and I bought it on the spot because it has, when now everybody knows on this group that what I'm looking for is the French Canadian keyboard, and it had it. And when I saw it, I just bought it on the spot, not even knowing it was a JP3. I didn't know this model. And I started researching it and was quite surprised, quite happy with it.
Yep, good machines.
Kind of a nice. I'm quite. It's easy to work on. So one of the things is mechanically, it's quite easy to work on. So that's another one of the things that I'm discovering is it's an all metal body. So it screws to take it apart. It's easy. I like that. I struggled with my Hermes baby, which has a plastic shell, which you had to pry open. And I was like, I'm not going to break it. I'm on the verge of breaking it in my mind all the time and taking out the mechanism. And when you put it back, it's the same thing. Oh, are you going to break those tabs or something? So, but that brother it's quite easy to service. So that's quite nice. So.
Did you see the soundproofing kit that Ted sent to Joe?
This one has soundproofing.
The JP3s do.
Oh, okay.
Soundproofing, and it's still intact. It's the foam is still in perfect shape. Otherwise, this machine is in great cosmetic shape and everything. It hasn't been abused. There's just sign of paint wear where the person used to put their, I think, like their hands, and otherwise it's been very, very well maintained. It was all gummy because I think it hadn't been used in many years, so that's all fine. But surprisingly, this 1969, I think 68, 69 model, the plating is very nice. It's not hard.
Excellent.
And it's quite even. So no need to replace that one.
Well, there you go. Perfect.
One thing I have noticed is that the brother platens seem to hold their softness better than the silver reed platens of the same vintage.
Definitely, yes. Silver reeds are hard as rocks every time.
So that's it for me. And just to say, I'll be trying. Maybe Ted wasn't there when I spoke. I'm going to be trying this rubber renew. William, did you try it? William, did you try it? Because you read the manual or the instructions, but did you actually use this on a plate?
No. I just looked at it online and ended up ordering a couple of cans of the Max Pro Rubber Rejuvenator in the aerosol can.
I don't know that product, but you have used the Max Pro?
Yes.
And it works?
If the platen is softer than a 99, it will bring it down a couple of points. If the platen is 100 on the Shaw A scale, it's too hard and nothing will touch it.
Right. Too far gone somehow.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Now, the other product I have not tried is that Rubber Soft, which is a mixture of isopropyl alcohol and oil of wintergreen.
So, funny enough, they say that this is a mixture of the same thing. It's just commercially their proprietary recipe.
Yeah.
But that's supposedly because it smells the same as the oil of wintergreen that a lot of people are assuming it's the same. So I don't know. I'll try it and I'll report. But that's something that I'll do. So maybe Ted, I don't know, Ted, you were going to say something. Did you try that product at all, or?
Oh, I have tried products like that. I used to be an offset press operator. And so we use stuff like that on blankets and other rubber rollers and such to fill in holes that would happen from the pressure roller smashing paper into the rubber.
Okay.
It is a temporary resolution for that problem at best. It does break down the rubber, so you're kind of destroying the rubber when you do that. It's definitely not a permanent solution. Basically, like plastic, if you start putting chemicals on rubber to make it softer, what you're doing is you're breaking down those polymers and harming the rubber, and you really can't bring back rubber. It's just not possible. You can try it. I mean, the worst that'll happen is you ruin the platen and have to replace it anyway. So it's what has to be done.
Another short-term solution that I saw on ATC a couple of years ago. It's probably a lot more entertaining, and I've never tried it, and I saw where people did it, and I'm like, wow, really? But they put it, I don't know if you talked about this before I got here, they put it in gasoline and lit it on fire, and then they put it out. Did you remember that, Ted?
I did not. That's a unique solution. I admit.
They said it worked, and I'm like, okay, whatever. Imagine, whatever. I don't know, whatever.
Well,
it's entertaining if nothing else.
So, Larry, if you burn the outside hard, shell of the rubber, maybe it works. But yeah,
well, I suspect the gasoline actually softens it. Maybe like Ted says, it's not going to add anything to it. It's actually going to take away from it. But I suspect the gasoline and then the burning, and I don't know if it was entertainment factor or a little bit. Well, maybe this will work, and who knows? But they swore you can. I don't know if you've ever done this on ATC or any group. You can go up to the little magnifying glass and put in your typewriter or whatever, and you'll see all the posts that pertain to that typewriter. So if you put, I don't know, burn platen or something, you'll find it. I guarantee it. It's fun to do that, actually, to look up stuff on there, because you can help people a lot of times because the answer's been there for years, probably.
Yeah, but Larry, help me here. Help me a little bit with the nomenclature. Are you saying ATC is Antique Typewriter Collectors on Facebook?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorry.
Excellent.
No, that's good. Good to know.
And AMTG is Antique Typewriter Maintenance Group. So
yeah,
well, the lingo is important. It's the real nerds use the lingo.
Yeah. All right, I do want to skip to Curry Russell because he is at a special event. But thank you so much for sharing, Daniel. Yes, so let's I don't know if he's gonna be able to speak to us because I know he's assisting people on the typewriters. But hey, Curry, how are you?
Hey, hello.
Hello.
Let's see if I can flip around. How do I flip this around? There we go.
All right, you want to tell us where you are,
folks?
Hello.
How are you?
So I don't know how.
We're shaking around here. Let me I'll flip it back around. I'll try and hear it. It's hard to hear in here, but yeah. So this is Curry and Becky, and we're at the our neighborhood art walk this afternoon. So we've had lots of people through, and we're doing just a little mini type in. This is just a fraction of what we did at our last one, but we were tight on space. But yeah, we've been getting lots of people through. Lots of people reminiscing about when they had typewriters in high school and things like that. If any of you have been to Type In, you probably know the usual sentiments. But yeah, we had to sort of pick and choose which machines we wanted to bring with us, and I think we chose pretty well to get a little bit of a variety here. But yeah, it's sort of been pretty steady this afternoon. It's a little bit of an overcast, rainy day here, and so we're glad that we are inside, not outside in the park. But yeah, it's been going well so far. How are things on the Typewriter Club today?
You're lying on your sign, by the way.
The sign?
Yeah, it says no batteries, but I see an EP20 there.
Touche. Yes, you caught me. Yes, there is an EP20.
I was just thrilled
Yeah.
to see a thermal typewriter represented.
Yes, for sure. I had to bring that one along.
Now that's the one you weren't sure it would work. You just bought it, had a case and everything.
The one that I got yesterday in the case, and this is how it goes sometimes when you make deals with antique dealers. But I got it in the case with the instruction manual, and I thought, well, the first one that I got worked. I got this one home, and it doesn't work for some reason. So it may require some further investigation into why it's not working. But hopefully, we can resurrect it again.
So you have two of them.
I do have two of them now. Yeah. And I don't know if some of you saw, I had posted about the crate.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got
yes.
The Underwood crate that I picked up yesterday. So really thrilled to get that, and so you get the good graphic on the front here.
Oh,
the machine you will eventually buy. I've got the Underwood 5 on there, 1920 Underwood 5. Had to bring that along. And then, of course, we've got our little sale table and a few books and things like that. And good just to get the word out about typewriters in the community here. So we've got more things planned for later on in the month. So we'll have more information coming out about our next type in later on in May.
Wow.
Very neat.
Yeah.
Be sure and share it on typecoop.com, the calendar on there.
Yes, I will do that for sure. Yeah.
That looks like a lot of fun. I wish I was there right now.
A little bit of a hike for you to get here there, Gregory, but at some point we got to get together for sure.
Yes.
Good. Well, thanks for taking a tour around the our little event here this afternoon, and I'll sign off. And but good to see you all, and I'm sure we'll be on another Typewriter Club Live for a little bit longer, another day. But
excellent.
Yeah, thanks very much for letting me tour around the room with you.
Of course. Thank you so much, Curry. It was fun.
Okay, take care, everyone.
We need more of that.
I agree, definitely.
Live type-ins at the Type Out Pals thing.
Yeah, definitely.
That was cool.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah, let's see. Christoph, how are you doing? Oh, he's on the phone. And Larry has his mouth full. I see a new face. Mac, how are you doing?
Oh, great, Greg. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, definitely.
I love all the stuff you're doing. It's fantastic. And
thank you.
And I'm sure everybody that gets on for their first time bows down to Ted and thanks Ted for everything he's done. So I should probably do that to start with. Yeah, but it's great. I was listening to Daniel speaks. Daniel's still there. He was talking about platens earlier, and I've been in touch with Peter Short down at JJ Shorts quite a bit over the over the last year. There's been quite a lot of money exchanged between the two of us, and he's done a lot of work for me. He's fantastic. I'm sure everybody already knows. I'm not telling anybody anything they don't already know. But one thing we did talk about last time was, I don't know if he just started or he's been doing it for a little while, that especially to customers he's got in Europe and that are a little bit further away, or customers that are hesitant in sending their cores or their platens to him, he's sending out pre-dressed tubes of rubber that match your spec. So, and he's got a whole process to put them on. Now, I'm a mechanical guy too, but it's not worth my while. I may as well just send them to him and he shoots them back for whatever, $100 and change for, he's getting them back to me for. So I don't know if that helps Daniel. I don't know if that's something he knows is going on or not. Maybe I'm too late to the party.
Oh no, that's Mac. It's great to hear. He's mentioned that in an email to me.
Oh, good, good.
Pete. And I was considering sending 3 or 4 Platons at the same time, and these are all the very old machines that where the Platons are so far gone that there's no rubber renew or anything like that is going to save them.
No,
and where I think it's worth it to get like the fresh Platon from him. So I'm looking into that. Certainly during COVID, the problem was the shipping went up, but that's going to be easier because I could actually physically go to across the border and go get have them shipped to an address in the US, and me myself crossing the border to go get them, and that would save on the shipping. So it's not a new strategy. I've been using that for years because I'm not too far from the border. It's an hour thing. So when it's worth it for saving on shipping.
Good. And the other thing I'd like to ask everybody, I had a machine come to me this weekend, gifted to me by somebody that really needed to move the boat anchor out of their basement, and it was a Remington Noiseless 6 with the first one I've had my hands on with the thrust action type bars on it, and it came with this mechanism, Ted, and it has retracting
invoicing,
tractor.
Yeah, it's for tractor feed invoices.
Is that what it is, Ted? And I imagine this would hold the roll.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it's got a label on here. If I get my old eyes and some decent lighting. Standard Industries. So it looks like it's an aftermarket something or other.
It is. Yeah,
okay.
It should just drop right in where the old Platin was, and they used it for invoicing, basically.
Beautiful. Thank you, Ted, for your wisdom. And the rubber's decent on it. It's not bad at all compared to the rubber on the machine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's great.
Pretty rare item because
is it?
A lot of times they got lost because they are removable, and so you don't see I have never seen one before. So
wow,
you want it, Ted?
No. You should keep it with the machine.
I should keep it with the machine. Now the problem I've got with the machine, it's frame's cracked. It's got a crack under the left side of the space bar, and it's too bad. The thing's operating really great. Other than that, well, it's got an escapement issue, but everything else is not too bad. But it's an interesting mechanism in that machine.
Well, you got a TIG welder, right?
Yeah. I'm an old carpenter, Ted, but no, I don't do stuff like that. Sounds like I could get burned doing that.
Well, get yourself some wood glue and a couple nails.
Spit and bubble gum, and we'll get it put back together.
Yeah,
well, that's great, Greg. Thanks for doing this. It's really great being able to sit back and watch all the people that have been doing it much longer than I have impart their wisdom. I really appreciate it all.
Excellent. Now, dare I ask how many typewriters you have?
Who's listening in the house here? I think I'm actually on a reduction at the moment. So I've got more typewriters going out than coming in, which is keeping the marital peace, let's say. So I think I'm down to I'm under 20, somewhere between 15 and 20. And I'm I don't know, I would class I think I'm like Daniel. I'm classing myself more as a user than a spectator. So I understand. I'm starting to understand. I haven't been doing this that long. I'm in a couple of years, just pre-pandemic, and what I'm coming to the understanding is if you do not keep these things in proper rotation, you go all excited to pull one down off the wall, and there's an hour and a half you have to spend on it before you're getting that letter out on the machine that looks awesome. So I'm learning that lesson the difficult way.
Are you really Tom Hanks? Are you really Tom Hanks? That's fair. You remind me of him. The things you've been saying.
Hey, you know what? I promised myself I wasn't going to name drop, but you know what? Hanks and I have been going back and forth for like a year and a half on a regular basis.
All
like,
right.
Yeah, like correspondence, right? But like, it's amazing that this guy keeps throwing the ball back. I send him stuff or letters, like not stuff, but letters. I'll send him our Canadian people. We got a couple Canadian people here. So we came out with a commemorative stamp a couple years ago, I think, about the moon lander, and a couple Canadians that worked on the NASA project building the moon lander. So I stuck some moon lander stamps on an envelope, sent them off to Hanks. I get a thing back about that, right? So he's really good at and he has everything I've sent him, he's responded to. Every single piece I've sent him, he's responded to. So I can't say enough. And it's all, I try to keep it a little bit funny if I can do that for him, and he's funny coming back, right? So I'll send him, hey, one of the ones I sent him was I'm thinking about traveling with a typewriter. I got myself a Hermes rocket, but my spouse is kind of looking at me with that look we all get one, sooner or later. Like, you're really gonna bring that thing to the bed and breakfast? You're gonna do that? So I sent him off a thing about that, and he wrote back funny, oh yeah, just ignore it, just do what you got to do. Like, yeah, you gotta go for it. So it's been a good thing. But anyways, I didn't want to get into Hanks.
So Tom, where do you get your Zoom filter to change your face like that?
Yeah, it's the downgrade in looks, right? But yeah, it's been great, and you people are all great, and like I say, thanks so much for Ted for everything he's done. I've been in his database. It's amazing the stuff I've learned and how useful it is constantly. So the time you've put into that is immeasurable, and I've got to start picking up some of your repair manuals too, because
thank you. I appreciate knowing that it's useful.
Oh yeah. It's useful. I'm just in the echo chamber. That's all.
Well, you build these things because you want them, and then other people like them. So.
I can't imagine the hours that went into that. Bless your heart.
And do you have a favorite typewriter in your collection?
You know what? I started out.
Here comes the wife.
There she is. Sorry. I only have two. So there's only two typewriters. So I started out on the bandwagon. Well, I started out with a Remington noiseless 7 years and years ago. And I was going to an archaeological field school to finish up my degree a million years ago. And they told us we had to bring a typewriter. So I picked this thing up at a garage sale in 2003, paid, I think, $22 for it or something. Wow. And knew nothing about typewriters, and got incredibly lucky because it was almost in new old stock condition when I got it, and had no appreciation for it. Absolutely no appreciation for what it was, the condition it was in, or what it did. So it never ended up going to the field school, switched directions midpoint, and this thing became the literary decoration on the top of a barrister's bookcase forever and a day. And never pulled it down, kept it going because I'm a mechanical guy, blew it out every once in a while and made sure everything was working on it, but never used it. And the pandemic came or started coming. And in my boredom and lockup, started typing out letters to people as we were locked down here in Canada, because we were locked down pretty hard. And
so whereabouts are you?
What's that?
Whereabouts are you?
Oh, I'm in Kitchener, Ontario.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Not too far from Curry then.
No, Curry's just up the street. I met Curry last weekend at an antique show with Martin Howard. I was out with Martin Howard at an antique show, and met Curry at an antique show.
Okay. Excellent.
So,
Pray continue.
So letters started going out, and in far too much Google time, fell across the documentary and looked at the documentary and started looking around. We have a thing up here called Kijiji. All the Canadians are going to know Kijiji, right? So started looking around on Kijiji, and there's things here, there, and everywhere, and started picking up stuff here and there. And they just turned into big mechano sets, right? Like, I wasn't working on the motorcycles downstairs, so I'm all of a sudden up here with tools up here and pulling stuff apart and getting it going. So I quickly went to European machines. You're asking me what favorite machines. So I fell into a boxy Hermes, a 66, and not the second machine, but maybe the third or the fourth machine. So I got spoiled pretty quick. Got that all up and going, and got things going with JJ Short, Peter down at JJ Short, things coming back. And then picked up stuff here, there, and everywhere. And I'm moving, as lovely as the European machines are, and I love them to bits. The SMs, the 3s and 4s, and the Hermes are wonderful. I've got a Voss. I saw, I can't remember, Sean, is it Sean from Calgary that was on last week? Yeah. And he had a Voss 24 pink and cream one. Mm-hmm. It was gorgeous. Well, I've got one that's cream and blue, same machine. Gosh, that's a gorgeous machine. So I'm starting to have appreciation for the peripheral European machines, but I'm coming back to the American machines. I'm finding that, it's that the two types of manufacturing principles were very different, where the European machines were tight tolerances, high quality control, amazing German thought and engineering going into these things. And they seem to last, their lifetime was longer without service because they were so great. But now that we're all 60 years past everything, boy, those American machines, you can get into those things and put them back together with spit and bubble gum and make them work. Whereas the tight tolerances on the European machines, you got to be, you got to have some voodoo magic going to get those going sometimes, right? So, and available donor machines and sacrificial parts machines and things like that. And try to explain that to the spouse. Yeah, I've got 15 machines, but I got to have 27 machines just in case the 15 machines go wrong and that kind of thing, right? So yeah, I think that's, I find myself using my Royal Quiet Deluxe. I find myself using, I've got a Corona, Smith Corona 4 Series Sterling that I love. It was, I bought this thing for a couple $100, and it was an also buy when I was picking up a couple of Hermes machines, and I get it home and I get it out of the case, and the original bill of sale is tacked to the bottom of the case under the machine from 1947. I turn the machine around and look at the back plate on the machine. It was sold from Baghdad, Iraq, a Smith Corona dealer in Baghdad, Iraq, and it's got a predominantly, it's obviously a custom ordered key set, but it's predominantly a British key set, pounds on the fourth bank, but it also has $signs down on the right hand side in the auxiliary keys, and it's got this really strange key on it. With an uppercase, a shifted symbol that is capital I, capital D in one character. And I'm thinking, okay, this is, I work in federal security for the federal government. And I'm thinking, okay, so this is a machine that's being used in a consulate or something like that. And they're using this ID as a symbol to follow an ID number, like a passport number or something like that. Turns out that's not it. It's the currency of Iraq post-war at the time. So this is a 3-currency machine. It's got some fractions on it. It's got a number 1 on it, and a 0, because some of the British machines at the time didn't even have a 0 on the British machines. You used an uppercase O. I've got a Kirby Hermes 64 that's got no zero or a one. So this machine's very different for the time. Types beautifully. It's, you know, it took a little work. New platen, put some new rubber feet on it from Tony Casillo down in Long Island. Tony's got great rubber feet if anybody wants rubber feet. But yeah, I'm floating back to the American machines, but I go back to the European machines. My battle is keeping everything rotating and everything moving. And I think the key number is maybe 6 to 12 for me. I sent out about 350 pieces of correspondence over that 2-year period of the pandemic to all kinds of people, all different places, but and never knew about your website, Greg. Like, so now I'm on there. So if anybody's got stuff they want to send me, we'll get right back to you. Because it's become a Sunday ritual. Some of my Sunday is banging on the machines just to keep them moving. So, but anyway, enough of me. I'm taking up way too much.
I just realized my excuse for not typing people back is I have so many machines I can't figure out which one to use and to keep in the row. So that I have an excuse. I need to, but I don't know if I can pare down to that, man. You know, I don't know if I can.
You know, it's funny, and there's machines that I swore I wouldn't get rid of, and I've opened up I've got a little bit of an Etsy store going on the side, and I've got a banner ad on Kijiji just saying, hey, if you're looking for a typewriter, nothing specific on there. If you're looking for a typewriter, contact me. I might be able to hook you up. I've got some that got to go. So, and what I'm having people call me and go, yeah, I want a typewriter, and I don't want something I have to fix. I don't want anything like that. And they'll come over to my place. I'll put 8 machines out. They'll go, yeah, will you sell me that one? And I'll say, yeah, I want that, this much for that. And they walk out with a typewriter. Like I
do the same thing.
What's that?
I do the same thing.
Good for you. I'm finding, you know, it's the best way. So I've gotten rid of, you know, 6, 8 typewriters in the last 6-8 months. And I'm getting down to where I want to be. But every time one goes, I'm telling you, I get the choke as it's walking out the door going, oh, maybe I shouldn't have let that one go.
Oh,
you know, maybe that, because I had a beautiful Adler. I was thinking of Daniel, what he was saying earlier about the French typesets, and I had an Adler Tip S, the Kubrick machine. Mine was brown with caramel keys, and it was in a script typeface, and it had the French dead keys. Like it had one dead key for French accents, and then it had some French accented keys as well. And it eventually went. And as soon as it went, it was like, that's kind of like my traveling postcard machine. You know, and now it's gone. But it's okay. I'll be okay. Like they gotta go. They come and they go. They move in and out. And there's some that I'll definitely never sell, but there's it's nice when they can move on and you know where they're going and somebody's going to use them. It's really yeah.
Mac, one quick question. What is the name of your Etsy store?
I'm Old Berlin Typewriter Company. Old Berlin is what Kitchener used to be called before the First World War. We were Berlin here, and after the First World War, they changed the name to Kitchener. So I kind of went with Old Berlin Typewriter Company. I don't have anything on there right now, but I will be putting something on there. I think I might have a boxy Hermes that nobody in their right mind is going to pay what I'm going to ask for it. So, and you guys all know what I'm talking about. Yeah, but
the reason why I'm asking is I call my store Skywatches Vintage.
Great. I'm going to write that down.
Yeah.
You know, I've never been able to do that, but I've seen people that have collections of various kinds have a physical store. And I'm like, how can you have this many nice things? And they're like, well, because I sell them, but then I get more. And it's like, wow, that's the cool idea, actually.
Yeah.
You know, there's another guy up here, great typewriter guy. and I don't know if he's jumped in. I think he's registered in your directory, Greg, but Darren Davis out of Aurelia. Do you know Darren? True North Typewriters? And Darren's got a philosophy, and he calls it the catch and release philosophy. And it's one of the wisest things I've ever been told in the typewriter community. It's like, no, man, there's millions of these things. You're going to be okay. Like you bring them in, you fix them up, you give them new life, and then you pass them on to somebody that's going to use them that doesn't know how to fix them. And you've done the typosphere a service, and you've helped the community stay alive. You've expanded the community rather than, grabbing as many typewriters as you can, that there's no way you can possibly keep them all operating because they're going to dry out. And if you're a user and you want to type, it doesn't matter if you're writing your first novel, writing some poetry out on the street, doing, poetry for cash, or what Curry was doing today with a type in, it doesn't matter, but they got to be used. They have to be used, or they just become paperweights. And they're pretty paperweights, but they're going to become paperweights. So my view on it all anyway isn't the number I've got. It's the success I see is how many I can possibly bring in and how many I can put back out into the wild that aren't going to become a paperweight on somebody else's bookcase, if that's possible, right? So, but anyway.
Excellent. Very good. I like that. I like that a lot. Very cool.
But yeah, and I think, if I'm verbalizing or describing a situation, this isn't anything we're not all doing. Like, I have very rarely bumped into the more is better for me typewriter person. Even when you run into somebody that has the 300 typewriter machine collection, 9 times out of 10, they will be pushing you out the door with a machine in your hands, like no money. Like, they will be like, yeah, you know what? My wife will be so happy if you walked in without one and you walk out with one. Right? So, it's the points that I'm going to get for that to stay out of the doghouse are great. Did you see that guy, honey? He took 2 machines. Like, look at that. So, I think there's a lot of that going on in the community, and I think if anybody is gathering tons and tons of machines, it's out of a sense of protection, not a sense of hoarding, right? That's the experience I've kind of had in the short time I've been doing this. But I defer to people like Ted. Ted more will know way more than I do about things like that.
I kind of got into typewriter collecting in 2010, and in the early years, definitely I was collecting, but now it looks like I'm going to be winding down and retiring my small engine business. Then I want to really get into reconditioning and getting those typewriters that I've been collecting on my Etsy shelves and get them moving out.
Yeah. Absolutely. And, from a business and economic standpoint, I've talked to a bunch of people. I'm trying to understand where we are in the cycle, because like if we think we're on if our curve is going to be ever increasing, I'm not sure that's correct. I think we are in some type of bell curve cycle where we are, and it may be being driven by hipster culture. I don't know what it is. I know that I'm having a definite analog midlife crisis with vinyl and film photography.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'm going through all this reminiscing of, and if anybody's into film and they're going through the same stuff I'm going through, I was a film guy back in the 80s, and if they're going through how excited you get over finding a Nikon diopter correcting eyepiece, because now I'm a prisoner of these things where I was never before, and how excited you get about that stuff. But I think we're in some type of curve, and to establish where we are for people, William, like yourself and myself, or Curry, or anybody else that's flipping these things, it's interesting to know exactly where we are. And a lot of people have a different perspective on that.
Mac, I think it's too small to even have a curve. Like,
You think so?
This was a topic on the antique typewriter group in Facebook recently, where someone was complaining that, gosh, machines are so expensive now. But like Ted earlier was talking about, you can still find these thrift machines for $25. Like you can still find good deals. You just have to be patient and look for them, because I think the collectors, the people that are making noise about it, it's still very much a small niche. And I think the number of reasons people come into it are so varied.
Yeah.
Like the hipster thing is one of them for sure. But then you have like the young lady who does the YouTube show that Greg, that you mentioned, like
Sarah Everett.
Yeah, so she came into it through a different method. You know, some of us are too old to be hipsters, and we're just rediscovering stuff that we kind of missed when we were kids and all that. So there's so many different ways it's happening, but I think it's still very small. But I think
I think the typosphere is a niche community. But what I'm wondering is, because I like I say, I'm just over 2 years in, pushing 3 years in. I have a feeling that, and Ted, you tell me, or if I don't know, maybe we lost Ted. He's still in there. I just don't see him on mine. I think it's exponentially larger now than it was 5 years ago. Am I correct? Like, am I full of it? Yes. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
COVID was a big boost.
Right.
I noticed in like the access numbers that I get on the website is just gone through the roof since then. And
okay, so Ted, can you take us back, or take me back, and pick out a few crazy high points on the curve that we match to things? Like, I'm thinking the documentary. The documentary had something. The Golden Globe speech with the Hermes, McMurdy, right?
Yep, that was the big first big one was the Hermes 3000 craze, when Larry McMurtry talked about his Hermes 3000, or that one sold very high at the auction, and then he had a letter at 22, I think, that, or 32.
Yeah,
that sold
that
for
sold
$10,000,
crazy money, right?
So there were boosts
that was
then.
Was that 2006?
Yes.
Okay.
And so then there was, anytime Tom Hanks gets on a national TV program and talks about his typewriters, there's a little bump there every time. Let's see, California Typewriter was one. Another one was the first documentary. You mentioned the documentary, but there's actually two of them. One of them's called The Typewriter in the 21st Century.
Right, yes.
So that one also caused a big boost. Yes, and it was COVID really that ramped this thing up pretty high.
And Richard Polt, don't forget Richard Polt.
Oh yeah, Richard Polt. Anytime he does
Polt's
stuff,
great.
It gets a boost. But it was really COVID that boosted everything really high, because people, we've had so many people who have been in this for 2 years because they got into COVID, they didn't have anything to do at home, and they started looking around for things to do, and they discovered typewriters. And so
Absolutely.
Half of the community right now are people who, like you, have got into it during COVID and just really ramped up their interest in that. And so basically that's half the community now is people who've been it since COVID.
So what do you think, Ted? Do you think as we're coming out of this, on whatever everybody's beliefs on are, how we're coming out of this, like basically the human condition can only take so much of this. So we're going to come out of it one way or another. We're either we're going to risk assess and we're coming out of it, or we're just coming out of it because we're safer and it's going away. Whatever anybody thinks.
We're coming out of COVID. That's pretty obvious. But I think
what do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen to this typewriter thing as our thoughts of isolation are going the other direction?
Here's my thought. We're going to grow because all the people that got into typewriters and hoarding them in their little isolation chambers,
Right.
are now going to go out and do type-ins
Right.
and bring in lots and lots of new people.
Okay.
And I think if you examine your own motivations, if you say, you know, am I going to still be in this 5 years from now? You know, look at your own motivations and say, am I going to be in this 5 years from now?
Yeah.
I think that's true of a lot of people. You get this interest, and it's a valid interest. It's one where it helps your creativity. It's a tool that is not going to be one you're going to abandon anytime soon.
Right.
So you're going to, like everyone else, going to be this crazy typewriter guy who's going to,
Yeah.
anytime anybody expresses interest in it, you're going to give them all the information they can handle. And
right. And the community is a sharing community, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the one thing. It's
Very
it's
much so,
very
yes.
similar to the motorcycle community. I don't know if anybody else is in the motorcycle community, but it's excellent, Will. So it's like I find similarities between the communities, right? They're very sharing communities. They're open to knowledge sharing. Nobody's tends to hoard knowledge. People want to share knowledge to keep everything open, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I find so great about it.
You know what's really cool or really weird maybe is so William is in Ontario, right?
Yeah.
Mac, you're in
Who? Me?
Ontario.
No,
William-
I'm where the heck and gone out in Alberta.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
you're in
out
Alberta.
Yep.
Sean is in Alberta.
Yep.
I'm in Toronto.
Excellent.
Kimberly, who's on here sometimes, is in Toronto. It's so funny that we've had to come into this completely international forum where we have people from all over the world to find all these people that, you know, well, okay, Alberta's
In our
pretty far
neighborhood.
away from Toronto, but
Well,
you're meeting your next door neighbors in the international
Exactly.
community.
It's funny, eh? And the thing is, sometimes when you're out and you're looking at these things, I'm listening to people talk about the Goodwill experience or the value store village experience where we're going out and trying to find these things for $25. Sometimes you feel like you're the only one doing this. Like you feel a little nutty, right? Like
Everyone
you're the only
feels
one out
that.
there. And the community's huge. Like it's massive. And like I said, the information sharing that's going on is amazing, right? And as we sit here in our analog pouting sessions where we just want to be linked to our typewriters, we'd be completely messed up without the online community. Like we'd be, you'd never find that spring. Like I'd never figure out what this was, right? Like it's so on one hand we despise it, but we embrace it and move forward. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
having
It's called
been
mixing technologies.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
having been a part of it since, before the internet was a huge part of this, I can definitely say that, when I first found a community online, I thought, I've been collecting typewriters for a few years and I thought, oh, I'm the only nut who does this. And when you discover those people who are also the nuts that do that,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
it's a great freeing thing that really sparks your joy.
It's great.
I didn't know I had any friends until here.
It's a 12-step program. We're just a support group.
And when I got my first typewriter and tried doing some research on it once we got the internet in about 2004, there was virtually nothing.
Yeah.
I bet.
There was the old TWDB, which was out of Germany somewhere.
Mhm.
Okay.
And I think that Machines of 11 Grace had just opened up.
Okay.
And there's a few scruffy looking machines on eBay, and that was about it.
Well, Will Davis had been doing stuff back then too on his website, but a lot of that stuff was on GeoCities and it's gone now. So and that's kind of unfortunate. There was a bit of typewriter information in that early 90s web sort of thing, and a lot of that just vanished when those big ISPs like GeoCities and Yahoo went down. It all went away.
Okay. Okay.
But nowadays you can basically just put it in a search engine. You can find all kinds of community. So that's been a huge tool for bringing people into the community. And I think it's just going to go up. I don't think there's going to be a downward spike.
Excellent. Well, that's great to hear, because I was concerned. I talked to a couple people. I talked to Tony Casillo out in Long Island, and Tony and I got talking about this, and he was like, I think we're in a plateau. Anybody know Tony? Anybody? Well, Ted's gonna know. Tony's like the godfather of the type.
Oh yeah, he's been a dealer since, probably the 60s.
Oh yeah, but he's got the whole godfather thing. He's got the accent. He's the greatest guy. And you sound like you're talking to the typewriter godfather. But he's thinking, oh yeah, we're in a plateau. Like, we're not going to drop. We're not going to go up. There's millions of he says the best kept secret in the typewriter community is that there's millions of these things out there. Everybody thinks they're looking at the last one, right? So, he says the supply is there. It's just creeping out. The supply and the demand is adjusted by the slow drizzle of the supply towards the demand. But he says, there's still a ton of grandmothers that have these great machines in their cases, safe and dry up in their attics, right? So
there are millions of typewriters and only thousands of collectors.
That's absolutely right. And that math makes my wife nervous, right? Because there's lots of machines for all of us.
Everyone can have 500 machines and there would be no dip in supply.
There you go.
One change in terminology I would like to see is someone talked about flipping typewriters. I would sooner use the term rehabilitating.
There you go.
You take a seized, dirty, gummed up typewriter, rehabilitate it, and set it free again.
And send it out. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because there are some people who will take a typewriter, give it a gaudy paint job, say this is fantastic, and then flip it for 10 times what they bought for it. And the internal works have not been touched.
Oh no. And that's that's creating frustration or creating a sculpture art piece, right? It depends how you look at it, I guess. But it's not a functional piece of art.
Have you seen on Hot Rod Typewriters some of his recent paint jobs?
Garen?
He does the full rehab, but he also does some really spectacular paint jobs.
Oh, nice.
Okay, I am going to go get my Smith Grundy clipper because I don't think Dan has seen this one. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'd like to say that one of the things that makes me really positive about the community is the number of people who have kind of, not commercially, but sort of started up their own little shops.
Right.
Nowadays, 5 years ago, you couldn't buy feet for typewriters. 7 years ago, you couldn't buy refurbished platen on typewriters. You couldn't get repainted typewriters that were any good. But nowadays you can. There are so many suppliers for the little parts you need.
Yep.
There's so many suppliers for, custom made paint jobs who actually do all the internal work as well.
Nice.
There's a lot of people doing really good work who, they don't have, a lot of these people don't have any history in like being a typewriter dealer. They're not old typewriter dealers. They're people that came into it new.
Right.
Even since the pandemic started, and have just built up their skill set to the point where they're producing really, really nice refurbished typewriters.
Right.
And they couldn't do that. They couldn't sell, an $800 machine or a $600 machine in a 5 years ago market. They can do it now because there are so many people who want a restored typewriter in good condition and are willing to pay that price. And I think that because that economic equation works now and it's going to work in the future, I think it's a huge positive sign for the community.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Ted. Yeah, it's great.
There's somebody in my neighborhood, and he does lazy dog typewriters.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And he only deals with things like the Brothers, the Smith Coronas, the later model Smith Coronas, not the ones that a lot of real collectors are looking for.
Mm-hmm.
The Sears rebranded items, sometimes he repaints them. And he sells them in his Etsy shop, typically for anywhere from $275 to $550, depending on how much work he's put into it.
Mm-hmm.
And he is rated as a top rated Etsy seller month after month after month. He sells, he sells, he sells, he sells.
Mm-hmm.
He does not service typewriters for anybody else, unfortunately. He does, but he does have a great little business that he makes off of finding the most mundane little machines, and people are just buying them all around the country.
And that's
And
great.
here's another thing is that the things that he's selling, he may sell a few of them to us, but the most of the machines that these sellers are selling to are people who never interact with the community. They
That
don't
is
go onto
correct. He's
Facebook.
selling to those people
Yeah.
who came to an event like I went to yesterday,
Mhm.
that they sat down there, younger people who have never even used a typewriter. They've used a keyboard. They all have great keyboarding skills,
Mhm.
but
Yep.
they don't know how to roll paper into a typewriter yet. But now maybe they'll buy from him because the typewriter is cute, because it's serviced, and they're going to get a great product.
Yep.
And then they're going to buy another typewriter, and then they're going to get interested in it. And a friend of theirs is going to get interested in it. And that's what I'm seeing is happening.
And here's the thing about those people is a lot of times they won't interact with the community. They won't come on Facebook and post about their typewriters, and they're not us. They're not the crazies, but they love typewriters. And for every one of us, there's 30, 40, 50 of those people who we'll never meet, we'll never see them, we'll never interact with them, but they are one of us.
Well,
And we
he
can
posts
suck them in.
regularly
We
on
can bring them in.
HTTP,
Yeah.
And he participates regularly on the internet, and he's helped me oftentimes with things like, how to do a minor repair on a brother, where to find my little grommets or
Mhm.
little parts that I need, because he's the one that's gone out to Ace Hardware and searched through every little bin to find a piece to fix the typewriter that he needs. And he's taken a picture of the package, and he will send that to me and tell me, okay, this is
bless
what
his
you
heart.
need. But he is not dealing in the Hermes or the high-end Olympias. He has his own collection, and
Mhm.
he's
Yep.
got a Groma Calibri, and he's
Nice.
got a Tippa, but
Yep.
he doesn't sell those. What he sells is the more mundane ones that he has made work beautifully.
Mhm.
Good.
And
Good for him.
so
And-
I'm
and
telling you,
he's
there
got
is a
the-
market out there for that, just as there is for the higher end machines, just as there are people that'll pay $1,000 for a Hermes 3000 that's cursive and curvy and got a new platen and beautiful.
Mhm.
But there are people out there that will pay $275 for a typewriter that's also gorgeous in its own right, that
Mhm.
maybe isn't what we would consider highly collectible.
Exactly.
The great
Is
thing about
highly
those machines
usable.
you're talking about, the great thing about those machines you're talking about, those early 70s machines, is the rubber on them is 9 times out of 10, it's pretty good.
That's
Right?
right. He's
Those-
not having to replace platens. He
No.
loves I've had long conversations with him because I bought a brother machine and the platen was good and I didn't want to go get it fixed, but I wanted it to be right. And he said, okay, here's what you need to do. And he will tell me step by step what to do. You need to replace the grommets in the lid. You need to go to the space bar and go over to your off your auto supply shop and get you some tubing and cut it really small and make your space bar so it's not so clunky. And if you want to, you can go to get some felt and you can put some more soundproofing in it. He said, but that typewriter will work great and kids love them. And he sells typewriters to people who are looking for Christmas gifts and birthday gifts for 16,
Mhm.
17, 18-year-olds.
Christmas is the best time, right? Has anybody
Yeah.
else found that? Like,
Oh, yes. Yeah.
I drove to Toronto from Kitchener, so that's just over an hour, to deliver a typewriter to a guy to give to his wife on Christmas Eve because he hadn't done any Christmas shopping. That cost him quite a bit of money, but he was very happy. So it's crazy, like the typewriter thing, and it's great. It's good crazy, not nutty crazy,
But that's where the future is in getting people hooked into the experience of sitting down and writing a letter and then hearing from the person that they wrote to saying, boy, you must have thought a lot of me to sit down and you wrote this on a typewriter, and then that person gets interested in typewriters, and that's how it starts. Because we all love to get mail.
Oh yes, you got mail.
It's not a bill. It's just conversation. We all love to communicate, and that's what makes typewriters so special. Is it gives all of us a chance to really be with our thoughts and put our thoughts down on paper and send them off to somebody else.
And also, a typewritten letter is as close as you're going to get to a handwritten letter, if you without actually picking a pen, because my handwriting is atrocious. But anybody can read my typing. So, Mac.
Yes. What do you got? What do you got? What do you got?
Oh, wow. Oh,
that's that's your clipper, right?
Yep. Now, I've shown this on here before, but I don't think you've seen it.
No.
No.
Very nice.
Camo.
Oh, it's the camo. Okay. Yeah. So you did that like a wrap?
What this is a process called hydrographing or hydrodipping.
Okay.
And it's done by a fella in Cochrane who calls himself Broken Tine Custom Works.
Okay.
And the hydrograph material is like a gelatin sheet with the pattern on it. Okay. You lay that sheet on water, give it a spray of fixative, make sure that the item to be dipped is completely clean dry, then you slowly push it into the water, and the surface tension pressure pushes the wrap around or pushes the ink around anything that you're dipping.
Yeah.
And give it a swish, pull it out.
Okay, so now he must run that film through some kind of printer, right, to get the design you want on it.
He buys it.
Oh, he buys it. Okay, so
yes.
It's pre-made. Now, how durable is the finish? Does he spray it with something after it's on?
Yes, this has been sprayed with a very durable clear coat.
Okay.
And I've had
oil-based or water-based?
The clear coat, I don't know.
Okay.
I think it's out of a spray can or an aerosol can.
Okay, so it's proprietary to his process.
That I don't know.
Okay, all right.
I don't know a whole lot about it. I just know it looked really
sounds
cool.
like it, yeah.
Well, I know there's a lot of guitars out there that they wrap like that.
Okay.
And I mean, there's a lot, the higher end guitars, they're always hand finished or whatever, but the mid-range guitars, they make some beautiful guitars and they sell lots of them because they make them beautiful and they make them so they work.
Right.
And so, of course, the internal mechanism has been completely stripped down, cleaned, serviced, adjusted by me. The platen is about a 98 short A, so it needs to be resurfaced.
Okay. But it's a user, right? You're using that all the time, William?
Oh yes, I use this one quite a lot.
So is it a liter Pica on that one?
Just Elite.
Nice. Nice.
And I got have a purple over orange ribbon in it.
There you go.
Just for fun.
Good.
Yeah.
And it's great, Greg. This is great. We get to see everybody's machines. It's fantastic in real time, right? Exactly. Not on Instagram.
Yeah. Yeah. In the early days, we used to have what we would call show and tell episodes, which people would, bring out their accessories and different typewriters. And now we do that every episode. So
yeah, it's great. Perfect.
But it's so fun.
Yeah.
The interesting thing about COVID is that most people found that when COVID hit, they had time on their hands to do this sort of typing.
Yeah.
I was the exact opposite. Because I run a small instrument repair business, people had time on their hands. They wanted to get a garden in. Bill, my rototiller won't start. Do you know anybody who can fix a chainsaw? My generator won't start. So I was just absolutely swamped. And it looks like this year is going to be at least as busy, if not busier, than the last two.
Well, good for you. Excellent.
Yeah.
And you get to pick and choose, right?
Say again?
You get to pick and choose. That's what's nice.
Well, I've got to look after my business because that's what brings in the revenue.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. I would like to get some more typewriter service, but I just don't have time.
So William, you said you fix chainsaws?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, the reason I ask you is because my brother-in-law, he does my father-in-law, who's passed away for years and years, ran a chainsaw shop right down the street. And my brother-in-law, he just retired, and he runs Old Blanchard's Garage, and he sells them on eBay, but he's got tons of parts for many years. Still chainsaws was their main chainsaw, but all kinds of chainsaws. And you might be interested in seeing if there's some kind of, like, oh, I could fix this with this or something, just something, a resource for you. Old Blanchard's Garage.
Well, I'll say, I think I'm within a couple of years of retiring myself, so I'm not really looking at expanding.
Yeah.
The site that I would recommend him go to is Chainsaw Collector's Corner.
I'm just saying he's got lots and lots of parts that he's had in his shop, and he's selling new chainsaws, old chainsaws, parts, all kinds of them. So
very cool.
Yeah, and I know he sells them on eBay. I don't know what I've never looked to see if it's under Old Blanchard's Garage, but I know he's got a website that's Old Blanchard's Garage. I think he does Facebook's auctions too. I know that.
Okay. Yeah.
And Larry, since we're talking to you, what's new with you?
Oh, I spilled everything out already. You know me.
Oh, there you go. You got to save some of it.
I know. That's what smart people do. I never claimed it. I don't make any claims here.
Oh.
Yeah. But you guys have amazing ideas, though.
Yeah. But you're doing okay?
Yeah, it's been a good day.
Excellent.
I'm sorry I have to eat in front of you, but I could eat and then miss half the meeting, or just go ahead and eat.
It takes you 2 hours to eat.
Well, no, but it takes me a while to get here. I wasn't
that's
here
true. That's true.
So when I do get here, and it's like I have a sandwich already, I'm like, well, I'm going to eat this so I can watch this anyway. And then, And then I get sucked in, just like always.
Yeah. Well, it's so good to see you, Larry.
It's good to see you guys.
Excellent. And Christoph, how are you doing?
Papa, I'm going well, and you?
Very good. Anything new with you?
It was a very, very big and busy day today. I went to a local castle because I had this morning antique sales. I will write you the name of the castle to see it and to Google it up. And I will try to show you some pictures if because I saw a lot of beautiful machines, and I booked okay, it is yes, okay, that's okay. This is a castle. Can you see it?
Yeah.
And okay, the sales, the entry, and many of the typewriter I saw. This one, the Remington, was in very, very bad condition and very, very expensive. I saw this one.
Oh.
And this one.
What have done it?
Yeah. This one at $200.
That's
Euro and dollars are the same. This one is mine. The new here, Hermes 2000 for 30 euros, and another pieces I saw, and this one I would buy this one, but I didn't have the money at this moment. but I think I will see it again in the next sales in May. I think I will see this one in a few days.
Go back
And,
to, will you?
Hop. No, that's cool. Okay.
Okay, so picture at the top. Can you click that?
Wait a minute, I'm not.
Yeah, right.
I'm not
right
easy
there.
with the.
Okay, scroll
This
up
one?
a little. No, scroll up a little. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. There. Stop there.
Whoa, back.
Yeah.
There you go.
You see that one in the purple case?
Yeah.
I'm gonna bet that's a really rare typewriter.
Oh wow! I was wondering about that actually. It caught my eye.
Yeah, that's I think a strip typewriter. And I don't know what it is, but I have seen something like it that I think is extremely rare. So if you get a chance to grab that,
wow,
you might consider doing that, because I think the antique collectors are gonna flip out seeing something like that.
Yeah, I thought it was like some sort of sound device.
No, I think it's a spool typewriter that types on like strips of paper.
Wow.
And I can't remember the name. It's not a masculine.
I just saw it at Herman's too, Virtual 2, the little one. Are you talking about that one?
Could be, yeah. But
he put it on strips. He demoed it.
Wow. Yeah, so that's something you might consider grabbing if you see it again.
Now, what would those be used for?
Well, early typewriters, a lot of times they didn't type on sheets of paper. A lot of times they were pocket-sized and made in such a way that you type out on a strip of paper, and like there's one called a Taurus, which looks like a little pocket watch, and it types on little strips of paper. And it was just a way to type things on a pocket-sized machine without having to carry around pen and paper, I guess.
Interesting.
Almost the same concept as typing on a strip of paper, then you stick the strips of paper to a telegram.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I don't know if you've seen some of the early telegrams. They literally have strips of paper with the letters on it stuck to the telegram form.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen that in movies. Yeah.
And this afternoon, I went to another yard sales in my village, and I booked it for €3.
Report electronic.
Yeah, but without cable. I don't have the cable. It's in absolutely very good condition, but without the cable. I have to find the cable, but for €3, I don't care. I think I will.
A lot of those have a data port in the back, a parallel printer port in the back. You can print to them from a computer. That's actually a Nakajima in Olympia badge.
That's what I kind of thought.
Would those have like a universal cord? Like, would it be easy for him to find a cord for it?
In Europe, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they use the same like computer type cord that we use here in the US.
Yeah.
Well, I think normally, yes. Normally it's a standard with two female and a normal wall plug-in. I think it should be a standard.
Yeah, because it's a removable cable, and it's that machine would have been made in the 80s, so it probably has the same, like either a figure 8 cord or like an IEC, the 3-prong one.
Yeah.
And I spoke today to a friend who lives in Alsace, near Strasbourg.
Okay.
I think Robert knows the city. Yeah, we're near German borders, and he showed me this Invicta.
Oh yeah, Olivetti.
Yeah. Very beautiful Invicta in his barn. No, it was mine. Okay, this one.
Mm-hmm.
In his barn, and he will give me, but he lives too far from me. I can but this one get a little rust, but the mechanic is very good.
Mm-hmm.
As you see under the machine, mechanic it just need a little clean.
Yeah.
And very beautiful Invicta 60.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Just watch out for any spiders that might be living in there.
Yeah. Okay, so I have to go. I'm sorry. It's evening,
no,
and my daughters must go to school tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you.
Thank you for sharing the pictures.
Have a nice day. Bye bye.
You too. Bye.
Adios.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
All right. And Diane, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine, thanks.
That's good. Anything new?
No, nothing new. I was trying to figure out what was going on with my folding Corona 3. I finally got my little whatchamacallit camera here.
Oh
going
yes,
again.
horoscope.
Yeah, boroscope. I couldn't figure out how to get it to show up on my screen, my laptop screen. It's like I finally got that to work, and I don't know. I mean, yes, I got that to work. So I don't know about the machine yet. It's like I looked at some things, and I not sure about that. That's not looking good. I think. I don't know. I think I have to take the platen off to see if there's maybe a screw loose, so to speak. Well, because it's the line advance handle's kind of wobbling and back and forth, and it's like, no, that's not supposed to be doing that. So anyway.
Yeah, there's a screw loose, but it may not be in the typewriter.
Hey.
Play nice.
Yes, play nice, Ted. Your typewriter, my typewriter is my worst critic, huh? Okay, well, I didn't get around to doing the prompt today, so.
Yeah, and you know what? We haven't even mentioned the prompt other than at the very beginning. Did anyone do the prompt? I kind of announced it late, so it's really my fault, but maybe it's one more.
I tried, but my typewriter is not my worst critic. It's my best flow machine. So
oh, there you go.
Started typing. My typewriter is my worst critic, except it's not.
Oh,
it's perfect. It's wonderful. It helps me type. It helps me write.
Excellent.
It encourages me at every point.
I'm using one of my pretty ones.
Oh yeah. Yep. Very cool.
Yeah, it's a silent. It's not a silent super.
Remind me what the difference between the silent and the silent super is.
Silent super has key set tabs.
So I don't need that.
No. Silent is one of the best of the Smith Corona 5 series, at least.
Okay.
It was the top of the line for Smith Corona until the silent super came along.
Okay.
And so they're really nice machines.
Yeah.
They have all the same stuff like the removable platen, the soundproofing, all that stuff is included on the silent, but people say the silent super is better because it has key set tabs. But I don't agree with that because I don't use a tabulator anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I got something that I wanted to show you. I was trying to find here.
Oh yeah.
Domenico Scarzello. I don't know how you say his name. He was one of Virgil Herman's speakers from Italy, and he had this. I don't know if you can see it, but this is his video.
The designation of pocket typewriter.
And that's one of those strip typewriters.
It's important to remember that the advertising slogan chosen by Torrani for Botarus was in fact una macchina
That's
da
right, it's called the
scrivere nel
Taurus.
taschino del gilet, which means,
Okay.
which is translated to a typewriter in the waistcoat pocket.
So
Fine.
that thing you can, it's actually the size of a pocket watch.
The Tarus,
I'm gonna try to get this to
6 centimeter.
It's the size of a pocket watch, and it types in strips, and then you paste that on the page, and it's like one of the first typewriters, and it's one of the rarest. And I don't know if Ted, is that the one you were thinking of, or that was like that, or?
I was thinking of Taurus, and also there's a couple others. And the name that comes to me is masculine, but I'm not sure that that's a masculine. So
Yeah.
But there's a few of them from the 1800s, early 1900s that type on strips of paper like that.
Yeah, and this is supposed to be like one of the rarest ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they go for a lot.
Yeah.
The antique collectors will definitely perk up when they see something like that.
Yeah, that guy that was just on here, he I wish I could have found it for him. He might be interested in looking at that. And I hope he took to heart what you said, if he can find that again to see what it's going for.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy.
And you'd hate somebody to buy it that doesn't know what they have and never finds out too.
Well, I saw that and I was like, wow, that looks familiar. And, I was like, go back. Let me see that picture again.
Meanwhile, I was thinking, why is there an audio device among all these typewriters? Because there's those portable tape recorders that had the reels.
Yeah, the wire recorders.
Yeah, they kind of look like that, So, so that's what I was thinking it was. But yeah, now knowing that it's actually a form of typewriter, wow, that's really cool. Yeah, very cool. All right. And Diane, was there anything else new with you, or?
No, there really isn't.
Okay.
I used my Speedy spooler for the first time yesterday.
Oh, cool. How'd that work out?
It worked out okay, except for the fact that I loaded it on the machine wrong the first time. Well, the folding Corona 3s are funky in the way that their ribbon goes, and so I loaded it backwards because it was feeding off the spool the wrong way. It's like, well, this is not right.
Yeah.
So I had to do it again, and so yeah, I had to ask Bob a few questions. I'm like, well, it's not even the machine itself does not, you don't pull off a spool, you pull off the top.
Oh yeah.
And the ribbon clamps to the center of the top. And so, I asked Bob kind of like, how the heck do I do this?
Yeah.
It doesn't fall into either of the two descriptions that he has on his paperwork with the Speedy spooler. So
yeah, but it worked out though eventually.
It did.
Okay.
Yeah, it did.
Excellent. So maybe he needs to write the documentation for the third style.
Yeah.
We'll have Bob get right on that. And for those that don't know, Bob Marshall is Typewriter Muse, and he has the Speedy spoolers that he has made. So I think he sells those on eBay. So yeah, there it is. Very cool. Excellent.
And it should also be mentioned that Bob Marshall is another motorcyclist, another biker.
Yes, he is. He is.
Yeah. Well, I didn't catch what the typing prompt was. I heard you talk about it. I'm trying to find it on my phone. And like, where is it? I don't know.
My typewriter is my biggest critic.
Or worst critic, yeah.
My typewriter is my worst critic.
Yeah.
Wow, my computer is my worst critic. My typewriter is so nice.
Huh? Yeah. I think looking back on it, because it just popped in my mind, and so I was like, oh, that could work. But now that Ted mentions it, it's true. You know, these typewriters are like more like our partners rather than our critics. You know.
Yeah, you kind of boned it there, Gregory.
I know. And I don't have a theme for the podcast.
One quick question: has anybody actually said hi to Ken? He's listening, but hasn't joined in. If you're there, feel free to join us.
He messaged me. He's on his way to the library. He's just kind of listening in.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, hi, Ken. We all say hi.
Yes. Hello, Ken.
Keep driving.
Hello, Ken.
All right. Well, we're almost at the 4-hour mark. So unless anybody has any typing prompts or questions or comments, I think we'll wrap up here. But yeah, it's always a blast. And it's always fun meeting new people, such as Mac there. So thank you for joining us.
Oh, thank you. It's a good time on a Sunday.
Excellent.
It was a lot of fun.
Oh, that's good to hear.
It's great.
Is there, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, I was wondering, because I don't know that much about Zoom. Is there a way, I mean, I remember hearing you talk about limits or something on how long you're allowed to be on for certain things, but is there a kind of thing where you can open a room and just leave it open for anybody who pops in for like any time? And you, like, let's just say I was at my computer anyway, and I just opened it up on Zoom and then just, and then somebody pops in and then you can start talking to them. I don't know. I just.
Well, that's kind of the point of Type and Talk, but I think with Type and Talk, it would be a matter of finding the ideal time for it. There's a small group of people that enjoy Type and Talk on Saturday nights, and I'm more than happy to set that up for them.
Yeah.
But it does require me to start it and kind of dedicate either my computer or my phone to running it. I think there's a way where you can invite people as co-hosts. So I think they could possibly start a meeting. I'll have to look into that more, but it's something worth considering, though. Definitely.
Yeah, I don't know about all of you guys, but I know a lot of times during the week I'll be like, gee, I can't wait to. I really like what's going on here. And it's like it'd be nice to just. It's like because I'm out in the country, and it's like be nice to have somebody to just like talk to that can relate to,
Well, actually, I have been thinking. It's been kind of in the back of my mind. Maybe once a month, have something like Type and Talk, but for a full 24 hours.
Wow, that'd be cool. Just pop in and out type thing. Yeah. That'd be awesome. Interesting.
From what I understand, if you do not have or have not paid for a Zoom account, you can use Zoom for a maximum of 45 minutes. Then it shuts you down.
40 minutes, yeah.
If there's 3 people or more in the meeting.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then to get someone in the meeting, you need to email them the meeting number and the passcode so they can join you.
Yes.
Now, Larry, I know
or text them the information.
You've done those kind of chats on Facebook. Is there any reason you couldn't do it there?
No, you mean a video chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it would be cool if there was a group with like all of ATC or so, whatever, and that you could do, but you have to ring people and then they have to answer. I mean, I did a little thing one day when Gregory wasn't on there that I just did a little thing because Diane came up with the idea of, well, let's do it anyway. And then I thought, well, let's just do a group and I'm just going to ring up everybody. They don't have to answer. And a few people did. So I was glad to get to talk to somebody.
Yeah.
So I was glad to get to talk to Diane. And I think there was 2 or 3 of us anyway that talked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Typewriter Club live on demand.
I know, it's pretty cool to be able to do that. And I know people are busy and they don't always want to talk, but sometimes they do.
Need to start a Twitch account and just stream Twitch all day.
There you go.
I do. You know what? I canceled my Twitch account and they said you can keep it canceled for 6 months, I guess. But I went on there I can't remember what, I think that it was advertised to me to go on there for something. I think it was for pinballs or something. I think because I like pinball games. And so I think they did that, and I went on there just like a couple months ago. And then it's like, I don't see anything I want here. And so I just was like, what? I don't know why I signed up for this stupid thing. So I tried to cancel. They said, oh, you can still come back within 6 months and everything will be the same. I'm thinking, whatever, I'll just forget about that. But
Yeah.
I guess it could be useful if you know what it's useful for.
Yeah, my youngest brother, I think he's taking a break from it right now, but he does game streaming on there. So he plays computer games, and I'm not much of a gamer myself. There's very specific games I like.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's mostly what Twitch is. But there's other things too, like they have something called In Real Life, which you might have someone just chatting about their life or going shopping, or they have outdoor channels on there.
That sounds like what I'm talking about, though. Just people being able to talk about stuff.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if there are any typewriter people on there. It's been a while since I looked. Maybe I should go on there.
Yeah, to see.
Or maybe Ted should go on there.
As if you don't have enough to do.
I know, right? I'll just pass it off to you, Ted.
Oh yeah, I'm not the camera guy.
But you don't have to be on camera. Just have the typewriter there, and you're typing.
Yeah, I'm too scattered. I go every place. I do.
I know.
Things. Sometimes I just sit there and stare at things, and
yeah,
that doesn't make for good TV.
I know, right? Excellent.
That's why I'm on here, because I'd rather do this than sit and stare at things.
Oh.
Gives me something to do. I mean, I like to think a lot about stuff, but there's times when it's nice to talk to people that have the same interests you do.
Definitely, yes, definitely. All right. Well, I think we're gonna wrap up here. I see William yawning. So
yeah.
Not to call you out or anything, but
I do that to everybody.
Have a good week, everybody.
Yes, thank you. You too, Susan.
Well,
thank you, everybody.
Your week.
Great meeting. Take care, all.
Yes.
Everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Live long and prosper.
There you go. Bye-bye.